I was scared for a second. Oh, thank
Where
fuck.
the fuck did you get SRS?
I'm stupid. Can we just make the robo the top emoji in the server? Because it's funny.
What?
The
Look,
robot.
look at the emoji.
Warm?
Look at the one I reacted to Sanity with. It's called the robo, and it's just Soroba from Undertale Yellow.
No.
Oh, okay. No.
Oh shit, my mic wasn't even on.
Oh, you goofy ass motherfucker, you silly ass motherfucker.
I see now. I see
Nice,
now.
nice.
So tell me, Sanity, has the omen struck?
The what?
Has the omen struck, for I have not slept?
I don't think so. We're not gonna be covering anything goofy today. Or at least, like, not anything to that extent.
Not anything that will require us to share trauma together?
Yeah. Thankfully not.
Good.
It's just some really goofy videos, maybe a couple of bad takes here and there, but, you know.
Well, good thing I posted Albuquerque if it was written by VizzyPop and no Mike. We'll start the stream off with that.
Oh dear god, no. I was gonna start off the stream by, hang on, let me just quickly switch scenes here. And also probably wrestle with the goddamn live chat. What's the best restaurant you visited? That's a difficult one. I'd probably have to say, there's this, kind of like all-you-can-eat sushi place that I occasionally go to called, or at least it used to be called Koizi. Now they call it Fountain Plus for whatever reason. But it's a pretty good
What
place. I don't know why they decided to change the name. It's fucking stupid.
Fountain Piss.
Jesus Christ, I don't think I could, have a single favorite restaurant. I think it would just be like, favorite restaurant. It would just have to be favorite restaurants throughout recent memory.
Anyways,
Who is spamming high? Who is spamming Roblox high and by?
Me. I'll stop.
Anyways,
Egg.
I wanted to start off this stream here, like I mentioned within my Discord server, with a little bit of a sneak peek as to my Insane Gaming Ads video.
Ooh. Let's.
Oh wow, a new avatar.
Well, not really new, just.
Just one drawn by me. But, here's at least the, intro, if you will, that I just finished editing this morning. So, here we are. Well, hello there. It's been a little bit, hasn't it? My name is Sanity, and I'm going to present to you something that I have found pretty interesting for at least the past couple months. So, video games. It's something that has made up quite the majority of my content. Honestly, just playing games, streaming them.
Oh. Get him. And then heal.
Oh, yeah. Get fucked, buddy! And even trashing on abysmal takes on video games. They're apparently trying to claim that enhancing the character creation system, you know, is apparently actually removing features somehow. This has pretty much formed, well, this entire channel that you're currently watching right now. However, I think there's one aspect that I really haven't talked about. It's a bit of a lost era of video games, and that is, of course, the lost era of genuinely insane advertisement. See, today we still have ads for video games and consoles, with a lot of these ads mainly just being trailers displaying cinematics and gameplay of upcoming games to at least kind of build up hype, at least for the most part. And while these ads are effective, I mean, I'm excited for a few games this year, like Elden Ring Night Rain, The Witcher 4, GTA 6, and especially Doom the Dark Ages, and all of those are definitely on the top of my list, as well as many others' lists of extremely hyped games for this year, and, you know, for good reason, too. They look absolutely fantastic. And while it's wild how we went from games that look like this and this, to games that now look like this, and even this, one thing that we ended up losing with the advancement of gaming technology is, of course, the absolutely batshit insane ads that were used in the early years and seemingly ended around the early to mid 2010s. And that's what I'm here to present. While I may not have been around, and especially didn't even know what a video game was during this time, I've fallen down a bit of a rabbit hole recently of looking at insane methods of video game advertisement. And I have a bit of a collection here, you know, pretty much ads ranging from the cool to the edgy to the trying way too hard to the confusing and all the way to ads that I deemed to almost be, shall we say, eldritch in nature. I have quite a bit to cover within this particular video, and
By the way, I
hopefully
really
you'll
like
find
the
this
advertising.
almost as interesting as I did. So strap in, relax, grab some popcorn and a drink, and prepare for the lost art of insane video game ads. Also, on a bit of a side note, if this video ends up coming out around like the 10th, happy birthday to me. But anyways, let's go. And there you go. There's the intro.
Not the fucking PS3, baby.
The PS... you know I had to throw in the PS3, baby.
I mean, there's also, well, I mean, it's not a gaming ad, but I just wanted to mention, you remember that little baby's ice cream ad? Where it's like, I eat little baby's ice cream. It's
no,
just a
thank
guy.
you.
Someone edited it, so it said, I eat little babies.
Speaking
What was
of
the
modern
first thing?
ads, New Blood released a trailer of the PlayStation port, but it was just a Nintendo Switch. Oh, never mind. I guess fuck me for wanting to read it.
Why was the first thing that I thought of when you said that Nocturne was fucking Bill Cosby?
What?
What? What?
Huh?
What has that got anything to do with Bill Cosby?
Also, hang on, what the fuck
Oh.
is this?
Oh no.
Henry Yates fucking
Excuse
milk.
me while I put away King Henry VIII's fucking milk.
That's a disgustingly
Also-
bad printing mistake.
Also, you know what else happens on January 10th?
What else happens?
The Night Rain network test,
Oh,
or at least registering begins then anyway.
interesting.
Interesting.
But anyways, we
Actual
got
test.
some goofy stuff here. It was this is one that someone suggested that I take a look at like a few days ago, and it's this one. It's interesting. Can I please, for the love of God, actually have the videos pause? It's a video that's
Nah,
titled
that's
"Why
just-
Sonic and the Black Knight is Worse Than You Think."
That's just the thing with YouTube now. It'll autoplay when you open a new tab. It happens to me as well.
Yeah. Speaking
Really?
of modern, okay.
I heard
Anyway,
that.
speaking of modern ads, New Blood released a trailer for the Dusk PlayStation port, but it was just the Nintendo Switch ad with poorly edited PlayStation console or controller. That's
That's kind of funny.
awesome.
Kind of. Wait, New Blood has things on Switch?
Yeah, they have faith on the Switch.
I know.
Dumbass.
I actually know that. I do know that.
Dumbass.
No, good.
Anyways, what do you think is the worst commercial? The fucking PS3 baby or the Puppy Monkey baby?
Wait, the Puppy Monkey Baby was a gaming ad?
No.
What?
Like just
Puppy
which
Monkey
one?
Baby.
Which one do you think is worse? Puppy Monkey baby, I think, was like for a fucking energy drink.
I think
Or was that
probably-
for Mountain Dew?
I think probably I don't remember which one it was, but I think probably just the PlayStation Baby one, purely because of just how the fuck are you supposed to process that, and how is that meant to sell fucking consoles?
I mean, remember that old ad that was like, "We are Nintendo."
Oh yeah, don't worry, that's definitely gonna come up.
The FNF mod as well. I just wanted to admit that because the music is fire. For an FNF mod,
Anyways,
It's interesting to see how much the reputation for 2000s era Sonic has changed in recent years. There were so many creative decisions made in that time period that created a blight on the franchise that it's never really recovered from. And yet, recently, a lot of those same decisions have garnered a newfound appreciation from fans to the point where the franchise is now actively embracing aspects of itself that it spent years trying to sweep under the rug.
I'm not entirely sure if they were trying to sweep it under the rug, but whatever you say, buddy. I mean, Sonic 06 is obviously the easiest punching bag, but like, I think in my personal opinion, Shadow the Hedgehog is just so goofy that it's just good in that fashion. Hi, Shadow, it's me, the devil!
Hey there, it's me again.
I am,
Have you heard some of
I'm
like
the
the
devil
actual
from
quotes?
the Bible.
hi.
Some of the
it's
quotes
me,
in the
Devil
actual
from
game are
Bible.
fucking ridiculous.
fucking Shadow the Hedgehog 2005 is the greatest piece of literature in human history, and you cannot change my mind.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't exactly know how you're considering that as apparently a baffling decision. I mean, come on, it's Shadow the fucking Hedgehog.
Listen, it's Sonic, but he has a gun.
Exactly.
What's the problem?
I guess we'll see.
Mainly stuff to do with Shadow. It's almost like he's a good character or something. One interesting case of this, though, is Sonic and the Black Knight. When this came out, people hated it and said it was one of the worst Sonic games.
Okay, never mind. Fuck me for wanting to listen to the video.
No, I just wanted to say he does look a bit like a neckbeard. But I mean, the shirt's good. The shirt's good. I like that.
Hope everyone had a Merry Christmas. Hell yeah.
Was ever made. But I think partially because of the relatively unambitious games that came out in the years after, I've seen people be a little more generous towards it. Nowadays, people tend to say that, yeah, the game wasn't good, but it had a lot of stellar elements and one of the best stories in the series. On the one hand, I am happy to see that there are more nuanced takes popping up as opposed to videos that just openly admit that they're not giving the game a fair chance.
This game sucks. I've never played this in my life.
Are you serious?
I actually literally don't know anything about it.
On the other hand, while I'm happy to see that people are able to find the good in this game, I could not disagree with them more. Okay, well, let's start with what I doubt is a controversial opinion. The gameplay is just as bad as people said it was when it released.
Well, yeah, I think, if I remember correctly, wasn't Sonic and the Black Knight literally like one of the first, Sonic the Hedgehog Wii games, if I remember correctly?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think it was.
it was one of the first Sonic Wii games. I think what came after it was Sonic and the Seven Rings.
Hell yeah.
What about
That
Colors?
went down.
I remember the Wii that had Sonic Colors as well, and that was one of my favorite Sonic games.
Yeah, so Sonic and the Black Knight was like basically like they were stepping their toes into Wii controls, and then by the Seven Rings, they already had it like locked in, and then they got that shit refined and polished for colors.
It was a second Wii game. Okay, my bad.
Oh,
All I know is that it was one of the first ones, so I can't really expect it to be the best in terms of the gameplay. Like, I think quite possibly my only experience with Sonic the Hedgehog Wii games was probably, I think it was either this one or Seven Rings and Sonic Colors, which I don't understand why Sonic Colors is limited only to the Wii. Like, it could literally function on any other platform, yet for some reason it's only on Wii, and I'm very disappointed by that.
I honestly, I think Sonic Riders Zero Gravity would have worked a lot better on the Wii than using the Kinect functionality on the 360.
Oh yeah, Sonic Riders was on the Wii.
Oh, it was?
Yeah, it fucking was. Hang on.
I thought Zero Gravity.
I have the game. Hang on.
Damn, he has the game.
I thought Zero G was only on the 360 because that used to connect. Because I own the original Riders for PS2. Honestly, that's an underrated game. If you got a functioning PS2, go get a copy of Riders. It's good. It's good fun.
What about Silent Hill 2? By the way,
I've
can we
never played Silent
the
Hill.
robot is the best. Sanity. The robot is the best emoji in the server.
Sandy's
Yeah,
off
yeah.
getting the Wii
Well-
game.
Oh. Sanity Wii gaming stream.
No. He's trying to find that copy of Sonic Riders Zero Gravity, which I'm pretty sure doesn't fucking exist because I'm pretty sure that the only Sonic game to use motion controls was on the Kinect. Let me tell you, that game was hot garbage because it could not function properly with the Kinect system when you're actually trying to play the game.
Okay, never mind. I don't seem to have it with me. Maybe we sold it off at some point alongside with the Wii, but I vividly remember fucking having it at some point.
Okay, but I don't think I don't think Zero Gravity was a Wii title though, because I remember it was marketed as like a Kinect game for the 360. So why would it be on the Wii?
Probably because the Kinect was just a worse version of the Wii. I would expect it to just kind of be put on the Wii. I swear I had, like... It was either... Wait, were there multiple Sonic Riders games? I can't remember.
Yes, there was. There was the original Sonic Riders for the PS2, and I think it was 2004. Then there was a second one, and then there was Zero. Or am I getting? Actually, was Zero Gravity the second one? Because I know there's 3 of them. I think the third one was the one with motion controls, and that was like in fucking 2008 or 2009. I don't remember. I know that the third one was the motion control one. I just I don't remember like what order the games came in.
Well, I can't remember either, but I vividly remember at least. Like I used to have a Wii. I used to have like I think one of the Sonic Riders games for the Wii on there, and I couldn't find it anywhere. So I think we probably like sold it or something. So it's fucking gone now. But anyways.
Least. The game, much like its predecessor, Sonic and the Secret Rings, is on rails. Sonic runs forward on a predetermined route, and your main control of him comes from steering and jumping to avoid obstacles, and slashing your newfangled sword to attack enemies. And because the control scheme is so dependent on just running in a straight line, it makes the combat significantly more shallow than it otherwise might have been. In a lot of hack and slash games, the mechanics heavily revolve around dodging and outmaneuvering your enemies. But when your only available direction to move in is straight toward the enemy, and they don't have much in the way of mobility either, there isn't a ton of complexity to fighting them. In fact, the enemies have so little movement ability that a lot of the time I just decided I couldn't be bothered to fight them and just jumped right over them because that's just a thing you can do. The combat is terrible, like genuinely awful. Any skill or strategy is almost completely non-existent. There are different abilities and different...
I mean, again... Second Sonic game for the Wii, so you can't really expect it to be that solid.
He does have a fair point though, because I remember my older sister used to play like a sword fighting game.
I fucking knew it! I knew I was right! I fucking knew I was right!
Huh, I thought Zero Gravity... I genuinely
yeah, I fucking remember this box art. It was Zero Gravity that I had.
Oh. Then what was the one that was on the Xbox 360 that used Kinect?
Probably also Sonic Riders Zero Gravity, but it ran even worse.
Oh yeah, no, Zero Gravity on the Kinect was literally unplayable. Like,
yeah, what do you expect? It's the fucking Kinect.
Well, here's the thing. When you have... The Kinect worked great when it was fucking Microsoft making the games. It's just that when you handed it over to third parties, you didn't know how to use the fucking thing. That's when you ran into problems. It was
enemy types, but your approach to...
It wasn't inherently a fault of the Kinect. It was just like developers didn't know what to do with the damn thing.
I mean, I guess that is fair enough.
Fighting them will almost invariably be the exact same. I spent the vast majority of the game using a jump slice over and over because it was a quick way of dispatching large lines of enemies with very little effort. You might have noticed I said lines of enemies there, and that leads me to kind of an interesting question. Why did this game need to retain the on-rails design of Secret Rings? In that game, there was at least a reason for it, in that the game was played using the Wii Remote on its side to steer. It was trading off a more in-depth control scheme for the novelty of motion controls like a lot of early Wii games did.
Finally, something interesting!
It wasn't a good reason for things to feel so limited, but there at least was a reason.
Hey, look,
here though, Sonic is controlled using the Wii...
What?
I was just saying you should remember that one bit.
Yeah. A lot of the Sonic Wii games, except for, I think Colors was at least maybe a little bit better in terms of, like, the overall control. It was still, I think, a little bit limited from what I can remember. It's been fucking ages since I last played it. But I at least remember with Sonic Colors, it was definitely better in this regard, and it didn't feel like you were constantly on rails. So you know what? This is a fair point.
I just realized with this freeze frame, fuck me, Sonic basically looks like his Adventure 1 player model if he got a little extra polygon in him.
I was thinking that.
I mean, it's not bad.
It's not bad, it's just like, it basically looks like an HD version of the Adventure 1 character model.
HD is a strong word.
Anyways.
Wii Remote and Nunchuck. You know, the controller is used for pretty much every 3D platformer on the Wii. With a much more limited control scheme out the window, there is no excuse for the level design to be so bare bones this time around. The boss fights are really the only significant times when any complexity is given to the combat, and even then it's still not particularly well designed. I'll give credit that they put up a fight, but there isn't much in the way of discernible attack patterns or visual cues, which makes it almost impossible to predict and react to them. There was one fight where I picked up on an attack pattern, but after that, the boss fight just devolved into this.
Yeah, that's rough, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? I mean, well, the idea of, like, Sonic with a sword is honestly a pretty cool idea. Obviously, the execution of it, I think, in this game doesn't seem to be the most solid.
What I think, because I remember my older sister used to play this, like, fucking, like, old Wii game where it's like, you play as anime woman with katana and use hack and slash, but, like, it actually looks like it was
like
pretty
Console
good.
and Justice and Pancake and...
It actually looked pretty cool, and the sword fighting actually looked pretty intuitive. It was definitely like leagues above what's being shown here. So like maybe if you had like, you know, actual like, I guess I could say like, you know, Wii Sports kind of authority with the sword, and you could actually like move around. I think you could have like something really good there for like a Sonic sword game.
Yeah, I'm assuming they probably just didn't utilize that for whatever fucking reason.
Sonic games were in a really, like he said, Sonic games were in a really rough spot around this time period. They were like, this was like probably like less than 2 to 3 years after 06.
Yeah, okay, I can understand that. Probably the only exception is Shadow the Hedgehog, which, as we already mentioned before, objectively cool, and you cannot disagree with me.
Listen, Shadow the Hedgehog came before Sonic 06. It was untainted.
Yes.
That's why it was the greatest piece of the whole time.
Even looking past the swordplay, the level design beyond that doesn't get much better. You're given very little reason to steer throughout the stages, platforming is pretty minimal, and a lot of the more interesting movement is automated. How fantastic. There's an upgrade shop, which, I'll be honest, I paid virtually zero attention to. I mean, when the vast majority of stages can already be cleared while paying very little attention, how much easier could the upgrades possibly make it? I like the...
Probably to the point where it's just like an immediate, like you enter the level, and it just nukes all the enemies.
Emojiable freeze frame, Tails Pog.
True.
The music there is a cover of Tails' theme from Sonic Adventure, though. That's a nice touch. And as if the gameplay wasn't already...
Best and worst Sonic games. I've only played a handful of them, so that's a bit of
I've only played a handful of them as well. I really should try to play the Sonic Adventure games, but I don't have a Dreamcast. I've never owned a Dreamcast.
One game that I do want to play at some point, or at least try to get my hands on, I think it's in my wish list. Please tell me I have it in my wish list. Yes, I do. I want to at least play that new Sonic and Shadow Generations, because I remember like one of the first Sonic games that I ever actually played was Sonic Generations back around when it first came out.
Yeah, that was same. Sonic Generations was like the first Sonic game that I actually bothered to try playing.
Sonic Mania looks like an absolute blast. Oh, hell yeah, it is.
Oh, yeah. Sonic Mania, if you're that sucker for that old school arcade side-scroller kind of thing, yeah.
Sonic Mania is peak.
Lacking in substance, the game itself is extraordinarily short. You can beat the main story in about 2.5 hours. That last criticism stuck with me for a while because I initially wasn't sure why it bothered me so much. I mean, there are plenty of short Sonic games, and a lot of those still manage to be seen as the best in the series.
What was that?
Colors was not running good there.
Yeah, hang on, let me see that.
For a while, because I initially wasn't sure why it bothered me so much. I mean, there are plenty of short Sonic games.
Oh,
going on there,
yeah,
buddy?
that's... Is bro running a Wii that's literally being, like, compressed through a JPEG filter? What the fuck?
Well, it's technically not him playing it, it's another YouTuber, so, like,
Yeah,
yikes,
I know that, but, like... God.
Brother, is it running on, like, a bad emulator? Or is your Wii just, like, going out the window?
God only knows. Just a warning, 100%ing is a bitch to get. Well, don't worry, I'm currently in the process of trying to 100% Doom Eternal. That's fun so far.
Also, something that I've realized is that, I don't think the Sonic characters have had any, like changes to their design at all in, like, the last 15 to almost 20 years.
Well, except for maybe the Sonic Boom era, but that was really about it.
That's why
That
there's no
was it.
change.
Only besides Boom, I don't think there's been a significant redesign for any character besides just giving them different fucking clothes.
I mean, hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, true. It's just something funny I've noticed.
And a lot of those still manage to be seen as the best in the series. Colors, generations, even the early Genesis games. I think the difference with Black Knight, though, is that those games are pretty light on story. They're fairly straightforward stage-to-stage platformers with the occasional cutscene to remind you that there is indeed a plot. With a structure like that, the game, to a certain extent, can get away with being any length it wants. Black Knight, though, is attempting to have a somewhat in-depth plot, but the short length makes the pacing feel incredibly off. The characters explicitly say that the plot takes place over the course of a few days, but it genuinely feels
You have 3 days, lose this fucking Majora's Mask.
Thanks a lot, buddy. It took 3 days to make that potato salad. 3 days!
3 days! Also, wait, hang on. Both Sonic Adventure games are on Steam? No fucking way.
Yeah, they are.
Oh, I know what we're gonna do for
Sonic
the next
Adventure.
stream.
Sonic Adventure 2 is... It's only $4?!
Sonic Adventure 2! Sonic Adventure 2!
It's only $4?!
Somebody bring up
$4! Well, actually 5, but...
$5.
Oh, fuck it, I'm adding that to my goddamn cart. I missed out on this era, and I'm not missing out on it today.
I managed to play it, but
Bring up
on
the
the-
fucking
I'll
Sonic
have to
Adventure.
play, I'll have to
2.
play this later, but I still have, like, at least, like, 50 other games that I still need to try and fucking complete.
Bring up the fucking, like, Sonic Adventure 2 shit post from, like, 15 years ago. Oh my god!
yep. I know what you're talking about. Anyway.
But, like, god damn. It was only $5.
And it's like one of the best Sonic games.
It's definitely gonna be, well, of course it's the best Sonic game. It's got Shadow the motherfucking Hedgehog making his motherfucking debut.
Thoughts on Sonic Unleashed where he transforms into a werehog? I think I've already talked about this on stream before, but, like... My personal opinion on it is that it's an alright game. I just never really finished it because, well, PlayStation 3 stopped working, so never really got around to finishing it.
I never got to play on, because again, like, my first actual Sonic game that I bothered to play was Generations, so I didn't actually start getting into Sonic stuff until, like, pretty much after, like, I'm gonna say about 2015 is when I started getting into Sonic. And I just kind of like, Sonic Forces just like instantaneously killed all of my interest. Because I was one of those fucking suckers that bought into that.
Yeah. Anyways.
Closer to just one afternoon with how breakneck every plot point is introduced and resolved. And that brings me to the main thing that I wanted to talk about. Like I said, a lot of Sonic fans have argued that the story in Black Knight is actually pretty good, and I went into making this video assuming that
Old school Sega Sonic games are peak. You know what? That's fair.
Oh yeah, the original
There's no arguing,
you can't beat that.
I was going to do the same. But I'm sorry, I just don't think it's particularly well done. I'm not at a complete loss as to why people like this story. I know people argue that Sonic is characterized pretty well, and sure, there are moments when I can agree. The premise involves the world of the Arthurian legend, in which King Arthur has become a tyrannical ruler, and the Knights of the Round Table, who are meant to protect the kingdom, instead assist in maintaining his rule. Not because they condone it, but simply because their code mandates it.
The king's orders are absolute. Yes, but
without loyalty to the king, we are nothing. Still, the king, he has changed. And this kingdom...
Sonic is summoned to slay Arthur and save the kingdom, even convincing the knights along the way that sometimes breaking the rules is necessary. As Sonic stories go, this has potential.
It's not bad.
It's a good premise. How is the execution?
That's the question.
Which will be answered next time on Dragon Bones.
Hang on, I'm just getting some
Emoji
information here that I find to be funny.
Emojiable freeze frame. God damn, this music is like alarmingly fitting.
Well, I mean,
This
it is. I think it's literally called Spamton CD.
And
You're
I
never
think it's
gonna-
a good use of Sonic as a character. Sort of this heroic rebel that stands for freedom above.
Y'all know who Fiznom is? Because I got a pretty interesting video to watch. I'm aware of him. I don't know much about him.
An oppressive system. And there are times when that shines through. I especially like the scene where Sonic is warned that defeating King Arthur would lead to him being branded a villain, and he just shrugs it off.
If you remove that sword and defeat King Arthur with it, you shall forever be the worst of knights, slayer of kings.
Guess I can't be the hero every time.
It's a good indicator of how happily he'll disrupt the establishment if the world at large will be better for it. He's fine with making enemies if it means that other people can have the freedom that he values so much. But while these themes are interesting, there's very little attention given to stakes. King Arthur, despite apparently ruling the kingdom with an iron fist, has virtually no presence throughout the story.
Yeah, that would be bad. The main villain not really being brought up until, like, let me guess, like the very fucking end.
I don't know, I guess he was just doing evil king stuff, trademark, copyright, all rights reserved for like 90% of the game.
He was just doing a little bit of fuck and all.
Yep.
Sonic Adventure DX is actually only $4. Fucking hell!
Sonic Adventure
We fight his
DX,
minions throughout the game, but there's very little sign of the oppression he supposedly created. There are towns and settlements throughout the game, but how they're affected by Arthur's rule isn't elaborated on. There's a mission when Sonic frees the townspeople from Arthur's dungeon, but there's no backstory or context given for that, which, for a story all about liberating a world, there's not much indication on what it's being liberated from. But hey, even if the story isn't all that deep, maybe the presentation can pick up the slack. After all, that is another thing that people seem to really like about the game. And yeah, for the most part, it's pretty good. The music is great, as is to be expected from Sonic.
Fiznom's a FNAF creator, they're a shitty person? Oh shit.
What, Scott Cawthon?
No, this person named Fiznom.
Oh, I heard FNAF.
I swear to God, like, whenever you come across like a Five Nights at Freddy's content creator, it's going to be like a hit or miss as to whether or not they're like a chill person or like literally the worst fucking person on planet Earth.
Let me bring up the diagram of communities for audiences meant for mature individuals versus communities for art. I'm sorry, my brain is having a little bit of a mental breakdown. I haven't slept yet. Let me try that again. Media meant for communities for media meant for adults versus community of medias meant for kids. Did I make more sense that time, or am I still sounding like a fucking rip?
Allegedly, Fiznom weaponized his fan base to attack other FNAF content creators and issued death threats. He addressed his situation last year. The fuck?
Light of the Wind is one of my favorite Crush 40 songs, and I like how some of the tracks from previous Sonic games get incorporated. Like, for example, when Sonic shows one last act of defiance, standing to face the final boss after everyone tells him to flee, and his theme song, It Doesn't Matter from Sonic Adventure, starts playing.
I just gotta do what I've gotta do! That's all! Sonic!
The visuals are generally pretty good for a Wii game, particularly the odd CGI cutscene, which still looks stellar over a decade later.
I mean, you're not wrong.
I'm sorry. Did Sonic sound a little bit weird in that one? Like, he doesn't sound like his like DX. He doesn't sound like his pre-2010 voice actor, nor his post-2010 voice actor.
Hang on.
Did they hire?
Let me listen again.
Pretty sure it's the same guy who.
Gotta do what I've gotta do! That's all!
That doesn't sound like. That doesn't really sound like the old Sonic or the current. Yeah, it doesn't sound like any of the ones that I know.
Zoe, welcome.
It's not really. I just don't
The visuals are generally pretty good for a Wii game, particularly the odd CGI cutscene, which still looks stellar over a decade later. I don't mind the Sonic movies, but I desperately wish they were more like this. The storybook cutscenes are also pretty nice looking. They're almost certainly done to save on budget, but I can admire Sonic Team for doing that in such a stylized way that fits the game thematically, and it looks a lot better than other.
It's the same guy who voiced Sonic and Sonic X. Oh, that's good to know.
Oh my god, you can't escape the emojible freeze frame even with fucking game cutscenes. Look at Knuckles.
Wait, what? Knuckles, no. This is what. That's his face after realizing he's in Sonic Forces.
Oh no!
You can never escape the curse.
I mean, it's a curse.
Do you feel that?
Yes.
The
emojible
curse.
freeze frame is Andy's curse.
I had at least like a couple of good ones from the last stream, dear god.
Other attempts to save on
Already
animation
had a
budgets
few.
in this franchise.
This is why it's called Storybook Chronicles.
This is awesome.
As an excuse for their low budget and their shitty graphics.
Right.
Or you could approach it through the lens of looking for stuff to complain about, because it's okay when you're doing it to Sonic, apparently. But while the game is visually impressive, I can't help but feel like the look of these stages aren't all that distinct. There are a few
Yeah, it seems... Again, since I haven't really played this game, what I can say from at least looking at the gameplay compared to like the cutscenes and whatnot, it seems like they spent most of the time on the cutscenes and shit like that, and then just went fuck it when it came to the actual stages.
To be fair, those probably like genuine like limitations, because like the Wii was not a particularly powerful system. At least like compared to like the PS3 and the Xbox 360, the Wii was comparatively pretty weak. So like it could have just been like graphical limitations.
Well, again, considering the fact that Sonic Colors also runs on the Wii and it automatically it looks even better than this game, I think it was. I mean, it may have been that, but I think it's also probably because, again, one of the earlier iterations of Sonic on the fucking Wii, and they just kind of went fucking with the design.
Maybe they were still trying to figure out the Wii, like they didn't get the optimization down 100%.
Yeah. Whenever it gets brought up nowadays, never for anything good being said about him. Jesus Christ. This is why I just don't interact with the fucking Five Nights at... This is why I just don't bother talking about, like, Five Nights at Freddy's type of shit, or at least in the form of, like, videos or anything like that, because it's just... It just seems really fucking stupid.
This is why you don't converse about the animal mascot games, because you played Changed one fucking time.
Don't remind me!
This mine in a volcano and this wooden fortress, but most of the stages are just generic medieval settings like castle town, lake, forest, cave, field.
All that's missing is the Miyazaki poison swamp.
Are those fucking sea mines in the in the plains.
I think
yes,
so,
I.
yeah.
Yes, I do in fact love fucking submarine mines.
In the open
In the
plains.
middle of an island.
In medieval times.
It makes
Video
sense.
game
Okay?
design is my passion.
It makes
Oh
sense.
god. Okay, hang on.
Yeah, awfully quiet.
The silence.
The silence. Really.
It is increasingly awkward.
No, I'm just responding to something because apparently there's another new conspiracy that apparently Amatola is is apparently associated with the Fallout New Vegas modding community.
Oh no.
Oh my
Mother of
fucking
God.
Oh my fucking god, are these losers seriously?
Yep.
Listen. I've already lost my shit with SRS once. I've got a lot of pent-up hate that I'm supposed to be saving for the annual Geese ritual coming up in a few months. I am more than happy to dispense my hate onto you, stupid motherfuckers, if you wish for me to do that. Hell yeah, this
Apparently,
I was
you know
about-
what?
I
I'm
was
just
about to
gonna
just start
I'm just
quoting
gonna read the
Spamton
message that I
lines.
just got verbatim here. Melodic Amatola 404 is suspected to be the Frontiersman. The Frontiersman is this sort of urban legend / me about a guy who mass reported the Sneedclave and did a massive purge of most of the members a few months after Fallout the Frontier came out. Amatola Amatola probably didn't even know about what the fuck the Frontier was until recently. What the fuck?
If
I don't know why.
Amatola knew- If
Also, apparently,
Okay.
another thing, apparently, our least favorite, AI dealer,
oh god, All Out Monty.
yeah, All Out Monty, apparently attempted to raid my server. Very poorly, I'm assuming, because I didn't even see any, new
I didn't
people
even
join
know-
other than,
I-
one guy. And apparently they were planning on raiding my server to spam it with, gore and shit. Not like it would
Oh,
work,
no.
because the only
I know.
fucking channel that they would have access to is the Panopticon, in which I've literally
know
restricted
exactly.
people from posting images and videos there.
It's a good thing that that Amatola.
I don't know why. I ever since I started hearing this sound, all that I can think of is Spamton, is in Spamton lines where it's like, listen here, you little expletive erased.
It's a good thing that Amatola.
Apparently! Wait, hang on! Hang on!
Are we going into fucking
Hang on!
Are we going
Hang
to full on
on! Hang on!
Speedboy
The guy
territory
who's asking
now?
these
Are we-
questions just said, okay, I swear I'm asking this for a good reason. Are they at least black, or did All Out Monty and Co. assume Melodic was a black guy? Have they not seen... She has shown her fucking face in YouTube videos! What the fuck?
I want to take off the filter. I want to take off the filter so bad. I want to take it off so bad. But if
I'm sorry
do,
I'm addressing it again. But this is so fucking goofy. I just have to bring this up.
no, I don't care that you're bringing it up. I just want to take off the filter so bad.
My God.
I don't know why. I
please-
kind of
can you-
want to read this.
Okay,
PC
okay.
Gamer article.
But this is happening in the live chat right now. Yeah.
No, it's not in the live chat. It's in a DM conversation.
Oh, are you being actively DM'd?
Yes. Literally, as I was watching this, I got, DMs from, the funny insider man.
Okay, I know that this person has to be watching the stream right now, because otherwise they wouldn't be going to you at this very moment. So I know you're fucking listening to this. Can you kindly fuck off with the stupid schizoid bullshit, you
Hey, no,
fucking
no.
retard?
Chill out. The guy is not on SRS's side.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And he
By the
probably
way, so-
isn't actually watching this because, well,
So
he has
Sanity.
a lot more going on than even me.
Okay.
I-
Well,
I-
okay. My apologies. I'm just
So
done with
I
these kinds of-
don't know if you've heard about this. I'm going through some of the videos that I have here, and I remembered that Black Ops. So have you heard of Black Ops 6's like whole deal with AI right now?
The AI
Oh, dear
generated.
God.
So I was looking through some of the screenshots, and I've talked about a couple of them, but there's one that I think it's gonna make you laugh. So yeah, so I just sent you like 3 of them.
All right, what do
But
we got?
two I've talked about before, but the first one, how does this
my.
get past? Yeah, how does this get past anyone?
Hello, Rusty. Was it the picture of like
what the fuck?
Was
Yeah,
it the picture of the hand?
Right?
Hang on. I gotta.
Is it the hand holding the gobble gun? Oh.
No, it's this one. This one was actually done later. And this one also got a lot of people into like, what the fuck's happening? Like, I didn't get the full image, but the background image, someone put it through like an AI filter thing as well. And that also came back as possibly AI stuff. Like, how do you look at this?
I could
How do you
tell
look
that
at this
this
and say
shit was
this is
AI because it just looks like
That
shit.
ain't, brother and John, that ain't a possibly. That's a definitively.
Yeah, it's like, how do you look at this and be like, print, excellent. Like, what the fuck?
But I guess, you know, in reference to the hand holding the things here, we
Yeah,
also have that.
this is the one that you were thinking about.
Yeah, it's like what was it, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Got like
7
7 fingers there.
7 fingers on the gobble
And
gun.
then there's also the zombie one there that people were like, this one looks also AI stuff, because
Yeah, 1, 2, 3.
Oh, God.
Yeah, that one has 6 fingers, and then there was another
Yeah.
one where, like, it was the zombie holding the fucking piss snowball, and then only had 4 fingers.
The piss snowball. God.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and then there's
AI
this one
the AI
where
snowball.
yeah, the
with
Black Ops
fucking
6 actors.
snow.
Yeah, the Black Ops 6 actors were so like upset about their stuff in their contract that they left because of a lack of AI protection. Which, to be fair, yeah. And I know what some people might think and say like, "Oh, Penguin, you actually just fucking suck the cock of of the finals all the time." It's like, yes, but they have it specifically in their contract that this is like they're going to use their voices for AI. Like they specifically signed up and are going to get compensated for their use of their voice lines and stuff in the game. Like it's very specific. I don't know why.
It's compensated work, basically. So,
Yeah,
yes,
exactly.
They are using generative AI of those actors' voices, but at the very fucking least, they are being paid for allowing their voices to be sampled.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I think that is
whenever
if you're
That's
going
a proper way to use it.
if you're going to use AI for that purpose, that is the best way to do it. To properly compensate people for allowing their voices to be sampled.
Yeah.
I've probably said it like enough times that people will be like, "Oh, why do you hate AI so much?" Like it in the correct context, AI can be very useful. In the non-correct context, AI
You get
can
Activision.
suck. Yeah.
Since AI synthesized their voice.
Hmm?
War?
My fucking big toe, I blew up. Ah!
Oh!
By the way, did you mean to close the video?
Yeah. Because we're gonna move on to another one.
Okay.
Oh, no.
I guess I'll take a look at this fucking Fiznum video.
In my previous video.
It's also pretty short. There's also another video that I want to take a look at here because one of the ads, which you probably saw in the sneak peek already, was an ad for the Atari Jaguar. And while I was looking up these specific ads and whatnot, one of the videos that came up when I was looking up like Atari Jaguar was a video about like the history of Atari, and I want to take a look at that.
Your microphone is like cutting off at the end. That was just pure white noise. It wasn't even a scream.
Are we getting Sanity Crash out now?
I fucking hate this shit. Alright, anyway.
When you screamed, it was just pure white noise. It couldn't even be described as a scream.
In my previous video, I talked about some of the most controversial FNAF content creators out there. If you haven't seen that video yet, I highly recommend you go ahead and watch it. But easily by far the most popular creator amongst that list in the comments section was Fiznob. A lot of people showing a lot of attraction to the controversy and the drama surrounding Fiznob's name. And after all, he was involved with the most hyped FNAF
character.
That's what I was gonna say. And why is it always the fucking
You're not
people
even
like?
wrong.
Why is it always people with fucking Has-Been Hotel art style that always end up being like the bad
Oh
ones?
yeah.
I swear to God, probably anyone with a has-been hotel kind of, you know, looking kind of avatar are the kinds of people that you just need to trust the least at that point.
Fan name in existence.
No fucking way. Okay, all right.
Which, hang on, reminds me of another video that I was, that I got in my recommend. Hang on.
I
sent
hate
you like
the FNAF Plus.
I sent you like 3 videos. This is funny.
Hang on. Kirky. I need to find the. I know that.
Weird. Albuquerque was written by Kizzy Pop.
It was. I swear to God, it was a video that I came across, but now I can't fucking find it.
Dude,
Is it gone now?
has been.
Don't tell me.
Couple of Fools.
I gotta show this. I gotta show this in chat. Hold on, give me a second. Let me DM this.
Dude.
I have probably one of the best gifts of all time.
Dude, this YouTuber, Couple of Fools, has been going through
I just
it.
sent that to know, Mike. Like that was the thing that I mentioned at the start of the video, or at the start of the stream.
Where is it? Is this it? Yeah, it is.
Oh my God, I'm blind.
I put that in no, Mike, and I literally mentioned it at the start of the stream.
I'm fucking blind. Hang on. Fucking hell! Can I stop getting pinged every 5 fucking seconds?
Everybody's sending you the same fucking video.
Anyway.
Have a 2 megabyte gift for just the entirety of Albuquerque.
Living in a box up your ass. Half a block down the street from Jerry's bait shop. You know the place. Well, anyway, back then life was going shit, and everything was just penis. Except, of course, for the undeniable fact that every fucking morning, my stupid mother would make me a big old bowl of shit for breakfast. Fucking bullshit. Every single fucking morning, it was fucking driving fucking crazy. I said to my mom, I said, "Hey, what's up with all shit?" Fucking mother, she just looked at me like a cow looks at a dick and testicles. And she leaned down next to me, and she said, "Go fuck yourself!" And then she stuck a funnel in my mouth and forced me nothing but shit till I was 26 fucking years old. Dick and testicles. My fucking mother just looked at me like a cow looks at a dick and testicles. What's up with all shit? And my fucking mother, she just looked at me like a cow looks at a dick and testicles. And she leaned right down next to me, and she said, "Go fuck yourself!" And then she tied me to the wall and stuck a funnel in my mouth and force-fed me nothing but shit till I was 26 fucking years old. That's when I swore that someday, some fucking day, I would get out of that fucking basement and travel to a magical, faraway place where the sun is always shining and the air smells like warm piss. And the towels where the sharks and the leopards play their
And the air smells like warm piss.
Magical, faraway place where the sun is always shining and the air smells like warm piss. And the towels are fucking fluffy. Where the Shriners and the leopards play their ukuleles all day long, and anyone on the street will gladly shave your dick for a nickel.
This sucks. No, this stuff is my fucking weakness.
Sanity.
Oh great, not Nocturne.
Hello, Nocturne.
Sanity.
I saw the stream and saw it as well. It's not, and I clicked.
Oi!
Okay, what the fuck is going on? Jesus Christ.
Okay.
I just joined out of curiosity.
So I watched a Couple of Fools who.
Oh no.
This is what?
I see. Oh no.
So. How do I
Oh my
put
god,
this?
new Crimus episode.
So
Yeah,
I've been following this very small YouTuber's like journey, where the PlayStation fanboy community has essentially turned on him at this point.
Oh, is that
because
the guy that you were talking about last stream?
Yes, he just uploaded another video because he then decided to play Halo co-op and uploaded that video, and then uploaded a video today talking about how the flood is coming, and he's talking about specifically how in some of the comments that he's getting, they're like kind of stupid or something, or I don't know. Or how people are just like turning on him. I don't know. It's like it's insane watching in real time a person realizing that their community is just probably one of the more toxic ones, and maybe distancing them is a good thing. Anyway, also I sent you some videos about KFC and how Goku is apparently selling it.
Goku selling KFC?
Also,
yes.
Hang on, I love this video.
I love that too.
But the fucking Albuquerque one is like my fucking weakness because that was the kind of YouTube poop shit that I grew up on.
Yeah, but
I saw this before.
Look at your DMs at the ads that I sent you. All Japanese ads, by the way.
Let's take a look at that another time. Not right now.
Boo.
Because we literally just got into this one.
Redesign. I hate the designs of FNAF Plus so much.
Yeah, these look. I don't like this. It's like a type of uncanny valley. That is just uncomfortable.
But like,
no, it's like the kind that's like not good, I guess. I don't know how to describe it. It's just
like kind of analog horror bad. Like
but analog horror is supposed to be uncomfortable like this.
Yeah, but analog horror is cheesier than a fucking chicken.
Analog horror is like cheesiest. It's cheesy now because of the amount of it that exists.
Have you seen the fucking Batman one? That's literally just what happened to Batman Arkham. It's not even a good analog horror.
Anyways, we're just gonna keep going
And Five Nights at Freddy's Plus. Plus, there was a little bit more to the story that I didn't exactly put in the video. And I feel like the only way to really know the true ins and outs of Fiznom's career is to make an entire video dedicated to the rise, fall, and somewhat redemption of Fiznom. So that's exactly what we're going to talk about in today's video. If you haven't already, make sure to hit that subscribe button for more content related to this. Thanks guys, and I hope you enjoyed the video. So before we even figure out what happened with Fiznom and the FNAF Plus cancellation, we need to first figure
redemption in the title, so it's mainly just negative.
I couldn't hear like 80% of what you said because you were talking when the video was playing.
Okay,
this is a bad habit of yours, Nocturne.
Yeah, I know. So a main issue I have with this video is that when they're talking about, you know how he said the rise and fall of redemption and redemption. So he didn't mention that it was going to be a redemption of the title, right? There was nothing indicating that it was going to be good information. This is mainly just kind of somewhat rage bait, but it's also not. It's kind of like somewhat clickbait, but I think that's my only issue with the video. Apart from that, it's fine.
Figure out who exactly Fiznom is. Well, he's a video game creator who first got off the ground by collaborating with Kane Carter on a project called Pop Goes Arcade. This game was released all the way back in 2016 and didn't take a long time to complete. This initial success gave him some recognition that Fiznom really needed to get his feet off of the ground. Fiznom's very first official game was released called A Shadow Over Freddy's, which received acclaim for its ominous atmosphere that developed deeper into the creepy ambience of the initial.
What one thing I got for Christmas was?
What?
Two front teeth?
Fucking lunchable gummies.
Better than lunch.
That sounds
Lunchly
funny.
gummies.
That sounds
Lunchly gummies. Lunchly gummies.
That's just bad weed.
Lead poisoning, but gummies. Heck yeah.
You should eat the lunchly gummies, bro.
I love radiation poisoning.
Is there a mold and a lead flavor?
Oh yeah, lead poisoning.
Five Nights at Freddy's game. Not long after this, he would still be creating different video games, but he'd be mostly working aside Kane Carter. Fiznom was actually working on a brand new project called Pork Chop's Horror Show, but on a random day, he just decided to delete the project and deactivate all his social media accounts and go into a hiatus where nobody really knew where he went or what exactly happened to him. And
Actually, no. Never mind.
Okay, then.
Out of nowhere, just as quickly as he disappeared, he came right back on the scene whenever he released a game called FNAF Open Source. Basically, what this fan-made game was pretty much like a fan-made remake of the Five Nights at Freddy's 2 game. It was also pretty much a Kickstarter for any FNAF content creator out there to go ahead and use the exact same source that was made for the original Five Nights at Freddy's game to develop your own video game. So, in a way, this was kind of Fiznom giving back to the fans a little bit. Unfortunately for Fiznom, Scott Cawthon had a rule, and a very strict rule that he stuck very firm to, and that was no fan-made games can be resembling too much of the original content in the...
I mean, that seems to be a pretty solid rule.
That's pretty, it's an okay one.
Can't just remake Fnard.
True.
Fnard.
It's not like it's not, so, just as like a weird side tangent, this is not the same sort of thing as, say, the SCP guys. Because some people are like, oh, well, why is there so many different variations of SCP? It's like, well, SCP is under a different copyright law.
Yeah, Creative Commons.
Yeah, Creative Commons. You just have to give credit to it.
Wait, no, let me find that one Minos Prime video. Hold on, I gotta find it.
Honestly, it's very fitting that fucking Roshi gets the fucking like pussy spam.
Oh shit! Oh damn! That dude's inside. Yeah, dude.
This shouldn't be that funny. It really shouldn't be. Oh my god, is this?
Sock, is that?
Oh, is this what I think it is? Hang on. Please tell me it's what I think it is.
That makes sound effects people funny.
Yes! That's awesome.
Free at fucking last.
Not even the original guy.
Yep, it's exactly what I think it is, except for some reason it's re-uploaded by somebody else entirely when the original uploader is still on YouTube. Anyways.
Yeah.
Average YouTube moment.
Yep.
Series. So Scott naturally ended up taking the entire game down, and it was deleted, and that kind of was a punch in the gut for Fiznom. Luckily for him though, Scott Cawthon, despite deleting the game, was very intrigued with the concept. He liked the way that Fiznom was developing his characters, and made it look awfully close to the original game. The game was so well put together and designed by Fiznom that Scott Cawthon actually wanted to now work alongside this man, and approached him with an idea to make a Five Nights at Freddy's remake and title it Five Nights at Freddy's Plus. And obviously, Fiznom agreed to it. There was a contract that was signed for it, a huge agreement was made, and shortly after, Five Nights at Freddy's...
I'm aware, kind of Five Nights at Freddy's Plus. All I know is that it never really went through. At least...
Not Plus got canceled, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
It's like a fan-made version.
I think there are fan-made versions, I wouldn't be surprised.
I think like the only real fan-made actual remake of FNAF 1 is like FNAF Real Time or something.
It's literally just FNAF 1, but you just sit in the fucking office for 6 hours straight.
I hate how people in the finals just don't realize you can fucking move the bodies.
Plus was officially in development, and this was the big break that Fiznom was actually looking for. The game was officially announced and titled Five Nights at Freddy's Plus on August 16th, 2020. Not only did this game announce that there was going to be a Five Nights at Freddy's remake in the works, but it also kickstarted the Fazbear Fanverse Initiative, which, if you're unfamiliar with it...
yes, that. I remember that as well.
I will get it out.
Whatever you do, Sanity, do not look at VC for the current moment because fucking Nocturne's getting the plushies out.
Again? What the fuck?
Nico plush.
What the fuck me for, dude?
Shit, Nico plush!
Nice.
Yes. Why don't you show the other plushes?
Someone clip that.
But they're not gonna see the plushie in the stream.
No, they aren't.
They're just gonna hear me say Nico plush and then just a scream. Which I think is still funny enough on its own, just no context.
Yeah, it's basically an opportunity for different content creators out there that love the Five Nights at Freddy's storyline to make their own version of the video games. It was Scott Cawthon's blessing, saying you can use my characters, you can use my storyline, you can use pretty much everything from the original games into your own video game, but of course he stuck to his guns and said that it cannot resemble too much of the original games. So we can kind of thank Fiznom for the start of this Fanverse initiative, and a lot of good creators out there ended up releasing some pretty big bangers over the years. So shout out to Fiznom and Scott Cawthon for opening that. Development for Five Nights at Freddy's Plus definitely went on for a long time, but it was kickstarted whenever the name was released, and there was also a teaser image that showed Freddy, which resembled a lot of the original Five Nights at Freddy's game. However, it was...
Look, Freddy Fazbear.
Why did he...
Fucking excuse me?
Oh my god. It's already been clipped.
What has? Oh, no.
Shit, Nico plush!
Yes.
Why don't you show the other plush?
It would be better if it be cut off, though.
But we're not gonna...
Yes, it would be better if it was just cut off like that.
Yeah, just like Sandy just gets fucking like cut off as he's turned to stone.
He gets shocked.
Now's my chance to get shot.
I said shocked.
It was very dark and you couldn't quite see what it looked like. Not long after that, about a month later in September, the first teaser video for the game was released called Connection Error, which features Bonnie inside the dining room area approaching the camera and causing different connection errors. Over the course of the next couple of months, there were various different teaser videos and teaser images that were released for the game. However, during this time, we never got a release date or any gameplay footage whatsoever, which left fans speculating if this game is actually even going to come out or if it's even worth it, because
it was like Silk Song, except Silk Song doesn't have the balls to just say, okay, yeah, it's not coming out, Lamau.
Silk Song doesn't even say anything.
If you're familiar with Scott Cawthon's work, anytime he would tease...
They just forget to ever announce anything.
Wait,
dude, we forgot about Silk Song! No!
Listen, I'm just going to tell you right now, once GTA 6 comes out, the new meme is going to be something 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 before Silk Song.
Yeah, because at least we have a date for Delta in Chapter 3, 4, 5.
Silk Song is the date when GTA 6 drops. It's going to just release when GTA 6 drops. Same exact day.
That would be funny.
I'm telling you, literally, the first fucking meme that's going to be made after GTA 6 drops is, we got GTA 6 before GTA 7.
Oh no.
That's my bet. That's my fucking bet.
I swear to God.
We're gonna get GTA 6 before GTA 7.
Anyways.
Use a video game, say like it was coming out a year from now or 5 months from now.
By the way,
that was prototypically a lie. He was not good with release dates. I remember Five Nights at Freddy's 2 was supposed to release in early 2015, and it released in October of 2014. However, this is not only Scott Cawthon's project, and this is basically Fiznom's project, with Scott Cawthon kind of tagging along on the side of it, so a lot of people were like, okay, well maybe there's a lot of effort going into here. 2021 rolls around, and several new teasers for the game was posted on YouTube, and...
Wait a minute! Wait! Why did they give fucking Freddy Fazbear tights?
You got the fucking jorts on.
It looks like he's wearing fucking tights. God, that looks horrible.
Yeah,
Ben Shapiro type legs. Oh god.
Okay, let's say hypothetically. Let's say hypothetically. I couldn't fucking take it anymore. Let's say hypothetically,
all over
there isn't
social
a
media
reason to go on.
platforms, and they got a lot of praise and a lot of recognition. So much so that due to the reception of the new teasers, Fiznom ended up releasing 4 bonus features also in January of 2021. They included an image of plastic toys on 3 core animatronics, and other images include plushies and a bunch of other stuff on it. Pretty much setting an homage to the original game, but in its own remake form. On August of 2021, it had been an entire year since
Let's say, hypothetically, I stole your catalytic converters.
The game was teased and that it was going to come out, and the final teaser image and video was released. The final video was titled Breaking Plus Entering, and for the St. Jude's 24-hour charity stream, the FNAF Plus X account released its final image, which was a full body shot of Fox. Time keeps on going by, and we still have literally nothing outside of these teaser images that are related to the final game itself. It wasn't until June of 2022 that during a Q&A with Fiznom, he released that we're going to be seeing the first ever reveal of gameplay very soon. Revealing that the graphics and...
Let me guess, it never happened. The gameplay was never revealed.
Vanish, gone, reduced to atoms.
Yeah, we called it X opinion rejected. Oh god.
General gameplay had been implemented, and the animatronics AI was next on the agenda. We're 2 years into the development, and they're still not fully done with this game. What the hell is going on? And instead, we never got any gameplay footage whatsoever. The only thing that we got that was, I guess, a step in the right direction was an official Steam page was revealed, but that doesn't mean anything, because there was no gameplay or even a release date attached to it. More months go by.
I just want to see, is that page still up on Steam? I'm pretty sure it isn't, but...
That'd be funny if it was.
If it's still up there, wishlisted for the funny.
Just do it. Let it rot there forever.
Nope, it's not. Alright.
Wait.
When I tried putting in Five Nights at Freddy's Plus, it just hit me with Five Nights at Roners?
What? You should play Five Nights at Roners. Wait, can you share your screen? I want to see that.
Hang on.
Five Nights at Roners.
Game Penguin, why are you huffing cocaine?
I would get it for the funny, but it's like $5 and I don't care.
And it isn't until December of 2022 that we get any more news. Dawko was sent a joke demo of the game by Fiznom personally, revealing the game's title screen for the first time. The gameplay, however, was excluded instead of portraying a Christmas tree made up of the player avatars from Among Us, with Freddy heads doing the same movement as a character from Open Season to a festive tune. Not a lot of people were thrilled with this.
Exactly.
We still get...
I know exactly what fucking Boog dancing on the fucking countertop.
Oh my god. I misheard news as nudes and I just side-eyed my monitor intensely for a sec. Oh no!
I watched Open Season
nothing
so
out
many
of
times.
this. However, this would be the last good step that Fiznom would take. Because unfortunately, we still didn't get anything until July of 2023. And this is where everything went to hell for Fiznom. We got what seemed like some promising news from Kane Carter, who uploaded an image of download complete for Five Nights at Freddy's Plus, making it look like the game was pretty much finished and a release date should be coming up soon. However, Fiznom found himself embodied in a controversy of shit after tweeting that Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach DLC ruin was boring. This sparked a lot, and I mean a lot of drama on FNAF Twitter.
Oh boy.
Okay, he called it Twitter. His opinion is accepted again.
What? Christmas Sanity? Christmas was yesterday.
Dum-dum.
It's Hanukkah season.
Get with the times, bro, old man.
It's now
New Year's
Boxing
now.
Day Sanity.
It's Hanukkah.
It's now Boxing Day Sanity.
No, it's not. It's
Hanukkah,
Hanukkah.
guys. Happy Hanukkah.
Boxing Day doesn't exist in America.
Well, that's fucking stupid. You don't have a day where you go and get into fucking fights at the mall?
No, that's just called going. No, that's just called going to Waffle House.
Black Friday.
That's called Black Friday, yeah.
Well, we Canadians have a day officially dedicated to getting into fights at the mall. Why do you think we call it fucking Boxing Day?
Because you eat
This had a
boxes for
vocal
dinner?
disagreement from several fans.
Oh, yeah,
Shortly
definitely.
after this, a Twitter user reposted Fiznom's tweets, and his response was that Fiznom's upcoming game, FNAF Plus, will end up being just
Black
as
Friday is
boring
like the
as
only day
FNAF's
it's legal to
security
beat people
breach,
up.
and this did not get a lot of good reception. A lot of Fiznom's fans ended up defending Fiznom and sending him a lot of threatening messages, death threats, and most of the messages contain graphic and violent content towards.
Why?
This is
Because the internet.
Jesus Christ. If again, I feel like this just kind of goes without saying, but if I seriously catch any numbnut that's a fan of mine that's going around and doing that shit in order to, I guess, try and defend my honor while they tip their fucking fedora or some bullshit like that, consider yourself immediately out of my community. Feel free to unsubscribe, because I don't want any of that shit around here.
Your microphone is actively trying to censor you.
And it really shouldn't, and I genuinely think that's probably just Discord being Discord.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, half of your fucking entire sentence just got, like, blanked out.
Is this better? Is this any better?
No.
Yeah.
Alright, anyways.
This Twitter user. With all of this going down, a lot of people wanted to know Fiznom's intake on the entire situation and what he thought of it, and his response was one of the worst ones out there. His response was, "That's pretty messed up. Why can't I get death threats? Do other people deserve death threats and I don't? Every real Fiznom fan knows that I'm the only one that should be getting death threats.
Yeah, that's a pretty... Yeah, that's, out of all the ways to try and respond to something like this, that's how you respond?
I think this is extremely funny, but absolutely not the right move to make.
Yeah, it's funny, but I can understand why people would just be like, are you fucking insane? My ears.
Again,
hey guys, welcome to the ASMR session. Rise and shine, Mr. Freeman.
Jesus, fuck!
Nothing, you heard nothing.
Could I get some death threats now, please? Give them. Please give Delig death threats. This is honestly a very childish response to a very serious situation, which could have resulted in...
Listen, that's a fucking power move. That's a humongous fucking power move. Absolutely not the right move to make in that situation, but I respect the power move.
Yeah. I'm running into oncoming. Please do not blow up my speakers. I literally just got them yesterday. Listen, Thunderstruck, it's called a stress test.
It's called
Listen,
a stress test.
You should know from all the times that I've been in Sanity streams that this has to happen at least once per stream.
Guys, it's just a stress test.
Really stupid things.
It's just a stress test, don't worry.
Run all days after 9/11.
That reminds me, I need to keep playing Metal Gear Rising. I'll probably do that as gameplay today.
Yes, please.
And another
We get to make
person
more
dying because of a disagreement on Twitter. Their fans were literally sending this man death threats and very...
Everybody toilet, Jack. Nope, never mind. That was awful. Hold on.
That was terrible.
Hold on. No. Am I the Wait, no. Okay, seriously, am I the only one that just picked up that he said that somebody fucking died over this?
Hang on.
Very serious situation, which could have resulted in another person dying because of a disagreement on Twitter.
Resulted. I was about to say, if somebody did actually die, then this would actually make this response even fucking worse.
I was about to fucking say, Jesus Christ, the omen strikes again.
The omen strikes again, and this time none of us were expecting it.
Not even me.
Their fans were literally sending this man death threats and very gruesome and disgusting videos that should not be seen on the internet. And whenever you're a creator like Fiznom, who's very well known and is actually making the most hyped FNAF game of all time, It doesn't make a very good look for you whenever this is how you're going to respond to controversy and drama surrounding your name. There are many different mature ways to handle the situation by even going as far as calling out some of your fans for their immature and very disgusting behavior. Instead, he decided to stoop low with them and act like a fool. Needless to say, this was not a very good look for Fiznom.
I'm gonna be really honest. I think he was just fucking shit posting, which again, probably not the right move to make in that situation. But if you just followed it up with like an actual serious response, I think that would have like.
Yeah, it could have been at least a good save if he just followed it up by saying, "Okay, yeah, don't do that."
If you followed it up with an actual serious response, I think people would have taken it as like a shit post, because I see this as him just shit posting and then not like actually making a serious response.
Yeah.
And he received a lot of backlash from this response. Fiznom still wasn't taking the situation very seriously and did not make a statement or a comment after this post. It wasn't until some of Fiznom's close friends approached him and let him know that he really needs to start taking this stuff seriously, as it could really impact his development on future games. After all, he's working alongside Scott Cawthon, one of the few fan-made creators out there to get such an honor, so...
Who is Fiznom? I've never heard of him before. All I know is that he's like a Five Nights at Freddy's content creator that's like semi-controversial somewhat. He just seems to be a bit of a...
I'd say that this is genuinely the least controversial FNAF creator that I've ever listened to.
Yeah.
This is
and on the other side of the spectrum is Theft King. That fucking coward.
But...
Don't remind me of Theft King. Okay, I got another one of these. What is this?
The cocksucking ground!
Okay, wow!
What was that? I didn't even get to like process that.
What is it with the indie mascot horror community and just constant controversy? I wouldn't fucking know, dude.
Maybe ground.
Hey, you ever accidentally masturbate to young pictures of my dad?
Who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I want to have sex with children and...
Yeah, okay.
Whoa! What a pathetic bitch.
A pathetic bitch.
We are slating your execution in Tiananmen Square for March 5th, 2025.
Okay, I fucking get it, bro.
What the fuck? Of course, that's why. Jade also seems to be constantly cursed with joining at the most interesting times.
I would never. Hey, you ever accidentally masturbate to young pictures of my dad?
Who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I want to have sex with children
I'm really
and kill them.
What the fuck is going on with my fucking
Gay sex?
What?
Well, congratulations, you managed to kill Nocturne.
And Penguin.
Oh yeah, so you managed to kill 2 people with 1 meme. Congratulations. Actually, this isn't a congratulation. This is congratulations.
Anyways,
him doing this is not helping his case whatsoever. Not long after this, there were a lot of bad theories that were going around surrounding Fiznom's name, one of which saying that the game was actually completed and he was just holding it back because he just wanted to be a dick to the rest of the community.
Is that the Albuquerque video from Weird Al that I seen you recommended? Yeah, but it's the one that's quote written by Vivzy Pop, which is extremely funny. It's really funny.
My fucking mother.
It's really funny. We gotta listen to it again.
Way back when I was just a little bitty living in a box up your ass. Half a block down the street from Jerry's bait shop. You know the place. Well, anyway, back then life was going shit and everything was just penis. Except, of course, for the undeniable fact that every fucking morning my stupid mother would make me a big old bowl of shit for breakfast. Fucking bullshit! Every single fucking morning! Fucking fucking
Whoa, copyright claim be upon you. Listen, we already played it earlier. I don't give a shit.
And my mom, I said, hey, what's up with all the shit? And my fucking mother, she just looked at me like a cow looks at a dick in his testicles!
God, the
Why it's
fucking...
that part that fucking gets me every single time. Just looks at me like a cow looks at a dick and testicles.
The one that always gets me is the fucking my fucking mother.
Fucking driving fucking crazy. I said to my mom, I said, hey, what's up with all shit?
Hey, bitch!
Fucking driving fucking crazy. I said to my mom,
Sammy,
I
why are
said,
you
hey,
turning into
what's up with
Mario?
all shit? And my fucking mother, she just looked at me like a cow looks at a dick and testicles. And she leaned right down next to me, and she said, go fuck yourself! And then she tagged me to the wall and stuck a funnel in my
One
mouth.
fuck soundbite every 5
Shit
seconds.
till I was 26 fucking years old. That
I'm sorry, I just fucking love that video.
God, no, okay, somebody has to make the entire Albuquerque video if it was written by Busy Pop.
Oh god, who's gonna have that amount of time?
Not me.
I, however, don't believe in this. As I stated in my previous video, Scott Cawthon was tagged along in here. You could see his name and logo at the bottom of each poster that was revealed. And I don't think Scott Cawthon would even consider holding any game back because of what Fiznom wanted to do. So I don't believe this theory to be true. Less than a week after this entire situation had happened, Fiznom was removed from the Steam page related to Five Nights at Freddy's Plus. A day later, Fiznom uploaded a video called My Current Situation to his YouTube channel, where he basically explained everything that had went down and the drama surrounding all the Twitter things, and basically confirmed that he only started taking the situation seriously when a lot of close friends of his advised that he needs to take this seriously and not with a grain of salt. The video.
Welcome back, Penguin.
Penguin got revived.
Hey, we're not
He's back to life. What have I just been sent? What the fuck is this? What is this?
I think I know what this is.
Oh, God.
Yes!
All these pizzas.
Nokia.
Wait. No, you hold this! Oh, shit! No, you hold
That's
this! Chris.
not a
My won't
pizza.
see you anymore because you keep on eating all these pizzas, Dr. Robotnik. No, please, listen to me. My wife emails me every day. She says that she misses me. If I lose my life here, how am I gonna email her back and tell her that I'm still okay? You don't know how to use a computer. You can't email. What do you mean? I made the iMac. I made the iPhone. You made the iPhone? I'm going to fucking kill you. Not if I kill you first. Oh, God. Haha, that was just an iPhone 13. They don't hurt. Oh God, that's it. Don't pull out the Nokia. That's cheating. You're gonna be using a Samsung tablet to make phone calls for the rest of your life. I tried to go golden. Gold this. Oh shit, wait a minute.
Whoa, Nokia be upon thee.
Gold
Yeah.
this.
So by the way, that is who you think it is.
Yes,
when
I
he
know.
did
It's
the
Alfred Eggman.
actual
I
voice.
know.
So fucking good.
That's by far the
Jesus,
best
icing on the
Eggman
moon.
voice actor, and he's not even an official Eggman voice actor. He should
I'm
honestly.
icing on the moon.
It would honestly be so funny if just like in the next Sonic the Hedgehog game, they just actually got Alfred to voice Eggman.
Thank you, Discord. Very cool. I love it when Sanity gets censored throughout half of his fucking sentence.
Discord, I'm going to find you.
I can help
I'm
you
going to
with that.
give
Give
you
me
a
a
very
second.
strongly worded letter in the mail.
Discord, get the fuck out of Canada before I find you.
Mr. John Discord, you're gonna find something very unpleasant within your
At
mailbox
Discord's
tomorrow.
location is 4440 Hero Street in San Francisco. There you go.
What?
The video felt very sincere. It was really 30 minutes long, and it wasn't monetized, so he wasn't making any money off of this, and you can kind of hear in his voice that he really meant it. Unfortunately, the video is now taken down, and you cannot see it. Maybe there's a re-upload out there, and if there is, I recommend you go watch it. But nobody could have predicted what was going to happen a couple days later, when the entire game was delisted off of the Steam page and canceled altogether. A lot of people were pretty shocked about this. Despite Fiznom leaving the game, there was speculation that maybe Scott Cawthon would step in and finish it, but this wasn't the case whatsoever. Fiznom later on confirmed that he was removed from the project and would be stepping away from video game development and also the FNAF community. Taking a little bit of time to him.
Frieza telling Eggman he doesn't know how to use a computer yet. Eggman dropped the hardest speech against Shadow from his computer and streamed it to the world. Oh yeah. I'm gonna make an announcement!
I'm gonna make an announcement. Shout the Hedgehog's a bitch ass motherfucker. He pissed on my fucking wife.
Who the fuck pinged me? I see.
Well, it is one of my favorite, like, clips. Because what they did with
I'm
that particular
pissing on
episode.
the moon.
Was they? Yeah. So they were playing like DBZ, not DBZ. They were playing Dragon Ball Fighters, and they modded Sonic characters into like a raid of some kind. It was really funny.
Oh yeah.
Oh no.
Wasn't there like a bit where like fucking Vegeta gets fucking run over by Eggman operating a forklift?
It's the same one where he goes, they finally put me in DBZ. Now I'm gonna beat everyone's ass. I'm gonna rule the planet. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna go up against Goku.
I'm gonna go up against Goku.
Yeah. It's the same video too. It's really funny.
You see, I'm forklift certified, so that means I got to kill you. And when the cops come, they're just gonna laugh and drive away. Did you see the thing I sent you, Sanity?
What did you send me? Hang on. Oh, the har.
Yeah.
Picture my fucking wife, see? Alright, anyways. Now we'll get into the Atari history video, because I just want to see some of this, and maybe it'll help with the segment where I talk about the Atari Jaguar commercial.
Thank you, Discord. Very cool for cutting off Sanity yet again.
Discord should fucking kill it!
Guys know there's a Minecraft knockoff in the Discord activities.
Who the fuck would ever play that?
The angry video game nerd takes a humongous fucking dump on the Atari Jaguar and fucking dies.
Jesus.
Oh hey, commonplace household items sold pretty well. Time to wait 5 years, during which I constantly cancel things before I release something else that comes to 1/30th of the success of my previous endeavor, incidentally create a market crash before coming back 3 years later and doing absolutely nothing but fail to capture an audience in the new market that I just refuse to adapt to until it's far too late and then quit everything in 1996. Hi, my name is Atari.
Yeah.
Well then.
I love this. I love this person's videos.
Well, we're gonna. Well, this is gonna be a ride, isn't it?
Oh yeah, no. As someone who is like a self-proclaimed internet video game historian now, because someone else told me about that. Yeah, this is basically I know a bit more about Atari.
Oh, this is.
And then Atari went to being a game publisher.
Yeah.
Have you ever worked really hard on something just for 728,000 of it to end up in a landfill in New Mexico?
Yeah. ET Atari's your song.
Yeah, I can't say I have.
I fucking tripped over my words, but ET Atari 2600, anyone?
Oh god.
That's what it is.
Me neither. Modern gaming is incredible. We as gamers are spoiled with quality games with incredible music, beautiful graphics, and good stories that create an overall positive experience.
Who the fuck is talking?
Rusty, goddammit.
Anyways.
Quality games with incredible music, beautiful graphics, and good stories that create an overall positive experience that people could have only dreamed of back a decade or two ago. The further you go back, the crazier the comparison becomes.
You know, I'm pretty sure if you were to show, like...
That depends.
Listen, I feel like if you were to go back in time and show someone from, like... Let's say, like, the 80s era of, like, video games and whatnot. If you were to show them a game like, say, Elden Ring, I'm pretty sure it would be the equivalent of, like, showing the Necronomicon to, like, a Victorian child.
Yeah. So, here's the interesting thing. It depends. Because there are some games that are, like, really old that I have in, like, my now gigantic emulation collection. That still hold up really well. Like, for example, Crazy Taxi 1 and 2, those are... What?
Hi.
I was speaking in something.
Is that famed YouTuber Melody No Surname?
Yes.
Yes.
Anyway.
Based.
So... But yeah, there's still, like, games that hold up really well despite graphical improvements. Like, for example, people always say that Castlevania Symphony of the Night is one where, despite how it's
timeless.
Yeah, despite its age and graphics kind of being dated, depending on how you look at it, it still holds up because it has a timeless feel and it actually has several different innovations to it. And you can argue for that for a lot of old games, like even all the way back to the original first like Atari game, Adventure. Despite the fact that Adventure is literally just a bunch of pixels doing whatever the fuck a bunch of pixels do in an adventure, it still had an innovation in the sense of that was the first one where where the guy secretly snuck in credits as an Easter egg because he wanted to just say fuck Atari.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I love
that's
that.
literally where the term Easter egg comes from.
It was, I believe Atari didn't want to credit, like, any of the designers.
Correct.
So he secretly put his own name in there as like a, I don't know if it was a glitch or if it was like a secret thing you could access.
No. It was so originally how it went was it became an Easter egg, or it became the coined term for the Easter egg. It wasn't necessarily a glitch. It was more of just how he, like programmed the game. Because he didn't want Atari to like go in and do it. So to activate it, you needed to go to one of the dark mazes, use the bridge to get to a secret area, pick up a dot, bring that dot to a specific corner of the map, and if there was anything else in the room, you could go through a wall and see his credit. So he hit it very well, or at least as well as you can. But it's the same thing. Like again, like you could say Contra had like the Konami code, and like there was some very weird innovations all around. Because, yeah.
Wasn't this like this Easter egg literally a major plot point for Ready Player One?
Yes, it was yes. That's where a lot of people probably modernly will know about it. I knew about it from.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I knew about it from. I knew about it from Angry Video Game Nerd and his thing on Adventure or something like that. I don't know where I learned about it. I just know that it was like in an Easter egg.
Check out this cool book. The child insert that one Indiana Jones face melting scene.
Yeah, it's a good book though. It's a really good book because there's a lot of good history to it.
Oh, are you talking about a brief history of video games?
No. I'm talking about Ready Player One, but I saw the Easter egg on like the...
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah. Well, yeah, because I
one of the few
learned
books.
The Adventure, fucking credit thing from there. There's a really good book, narrated by Ray Chase called I think it's just a brief history of video games, but it's really good. Like it goes back to like electromechanical pinball machines.
Oh yeah. Damn. Anyway. Back to this.
Someone from the Wii, Xbox 360, and PS3 era generation, a game from the present day would shock them, sure. But imagine pulling out Starfield and letting someone who just finished playing Super Mario 64 take a crack at it. Their head would explode. When someone...
That's exactly what I fucking said!
Practically. Yeah, practically.
I'm a tired.
I'm a tired fucking dies. Fucking die!
Nobody?
Anyway, let's continue.
When someone says retro gaming, they usually mean the NES. This is so retro, you say? You'll be having a seizure on the floor when you see this.
That's Pong, baby.
Yeah, I love Pong.
Pong, let's go!
I'm kind of wondering where did the origins of like the name Pong come from?
Ping pong.
Ping
pong.
Ping pong.
I mean, I guess, but like that's still. I guess.
No, seriously, it is just ping pong.
It is
like the creators
just
of the
electronic
game
ping
was
pong.
literally just like, yeah, ping pong.
Yes, it's
Listen,
just,
it's not like all the other games of nowadays where you have to look deep to figure out what the name is talking about. No, it's just fucking ping pong.
Like Elden Ring comes from the fact that there is a ring of Elden in the world that is created by the weird minds of Japanese developers and a dude who was going to finish some books, but the TV series kind of killed the hype for a lot of it, unfortunately.
And if it doesn't sell a million, bajillion, quadrillion copies, the lead developer will have to commit seppuku in order to not dishonor his family.
Oh my god, I remember that ad.
Yeah.
Oh, I gotta find that ad.
I still can't get over the fact that like, what's his name? The like lead developer at FromSoft, he basically said, "Oh yeah, Elden Ring's like a good game, but it's not the perfect game." I'm like, that is like so based, and I do not understand why. It's like, oh yeah, this is literal perfection, but we can make it more perfect. I'm like, you are just amazing.
That's the FromSoft mentality right there. I love it.
Hell yeah.
Always strive for perfection.
Atari is more than just a faded logo you see on a gray t-shirt. It was one of the pioneers of early gaming. You usually see them referenced in two ways now.
Have you seen that Spider-Man? So the commercial behind her right now is the commercial for the Atari 2600.
Spider-Man.
Yes, the Spider-Man Atari. If you were to let me get my comedic timing out.
Sorry.
Yeah.
You fucking
But
God.
Nostalgia Critic went over this commercial, and it's essentially as goofy and dumb as it sounds.
Oh my god.
Like the voice acting, like if you just see the entrance of him jumping onto it, the entire commercial is just that crazy.
Great, now I have even more ads that I need to find and see if I can squeeze them in somewhere.
Nowadays, either as wow, so old, or wow, so video game crash of 1983. You won't hear much about them in modern video game discourse outside of mocking the primitive and often lazy games pushed onto their consoles throughout the years that they were actively fighting for their relevance. Let's be fair. As far as
that Green Goblin costume is freaking me out with the eyes.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
Usually see them referenced in two ways nowadays, either as wow, so old, or wow, so video game crash of 1983. You won't hear much about.
What do you mean? It looks fine.
It looks perfect. It looks perfectly fine.
It's when it blinks. It's when it blinks. It looks like an animatronic. My brain is so fucking rotted.
Mocking the primitive and often.
Horror.
What's weird about this is that, like, technically speaking, at this point, Green Goblin didn't have like the mask thing. He was just, I think, like a mutated or something, like a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde situation, which is real weird.
To be fair, that was like
From what I've heard,
about
apparently, Green Goblin was actually a mind goblin for a while.
Thank you, Discord. Very cool.
Yeah, it was a mind goblin. What, you didn't know that?
No,
Sanity got out like a lot.
We didn't hear the joke, but I get the joke.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go and fucking kill myself now because Discord fucking
No.
sucks.
Do that.
But it was a good one. It was a good one because definitely, what's it called?
Is this any better? Discord, are you picking it up now?
Yeah, William Defoe was definitely mind goblin these nuts of the scene whenever he was on screen in the Sam Raimi
Green
movies.
Goblin, these nuts cross the concrete floor.
Anyways. Why did it go full screen?
Pushed onto
This
their
video's gonna
consoles
take
throughout the
forever to
years
get
that they were
through.
actively fighting for their relevance. Let's be fair. As far as any person in these newer, younger generations like myself really needs to know, they created a huge wave in the video game world, were a huge part in nearly game-ending the whole market before getting exiled about a decade later. This mentality is reasonable, but it's really not the...
Here's the thing. While Atari is blamed for a fair amount of the actual things, I think more people were upset because of the non-regulation stuff. I think that's where most of the blame tends to go, at least nowadays, for me.
Yeah.
Because people will always point and say, like, oh yeah, this right here, this game, the Atari 2600, the fucking ET game, that game caused the crash. And I'm like, that's not necessarily true.
Yeah, no,
because
that
you can't say
wasn't.
one specific thing caused it. You could say that that's like the antithesis of it and the climax. Absolutely, I will agree with you there. But the problem with Atari, at least at the time when it was in the 80s, was the sheer fact that this had never really been done before in terms of like regulation and stuff. Like it wouldn't be until the 80s when Mortal Kombat came out that the FTC would step in and be like, all right, maybe we should regulate some of this shit. You know, in terms of like creating the ESRB, which yes, some people will be like, oh, well, how can you blame this for doing this? But this causes this. Like, no. Before the gaming, before Mortal Kombat, there was no ESRB rating. After Mortal Kombat, there was there was an ESRB rating, and it was because of the violence in video games that the ESRB was created. Does it do its job well? No, but it was created because of Mortal Kombat.
And also, I would.
And Doom, and Night Trap, and Lethal Enforcer.
Was Doom around the same time? I don't think Doom was the one that actually caused it, because they were killing demons at that point. I think Doom came out
wait, no, yeah, no, it wasn't Doom. It was Mortal Kombat, Night Trap, and Lethal Enforcer.
Yeah, those probably make more sense, because I think Doom came out afterwards.
And also another big thing about what caused the video game crash was just, it was horrifically saturated. It was horrifically saturated. Like,
oversaturated bad games.
Oversaturated bad games. There was like a million, bajillion, quadrillion different consoles from like 1,000 different companies. So like it was a nightmare to find games that were compatible with your gaming system. And then there was it was basically a fucking crapshoot if you would actually get something worthwhile.
Yeah, again, it came down to regulation and and exponential growth of a market that didn't. That basically at that point had reached an apex, which some people might look at it and say like, oh, we're reaching that same point now. It's like, wasn't as bad as in the 80s. Like you have at least 3 to 4 different things
reaching that point now.
Yeah. Here's the thing, even if
3 big consoles.
Even if AAA gaming completely fucking collapses on us overnight, there is still a humongous indie game space that will pick up the slack if AAA gaming crumbles. So gaming won't be over if
it'll just go back underground,
gaming.
Which
it'll just go back to how it was in the pretty much the post video game crash in the 80s.
And also, I think Paper's starting to be right. We are never finishing this video.
Yeah.
Eternal Stunlock.
I'm sorry, I'm a
to have when you consider how big of an impact they actually had. Atari walked so Nintendo could run. Okay, that was a lie. Atari was offered to sell Nintendo's Famicom and rejected it. So actually, Nintendo was more like a vengeful girl than a popular.
I didn't actually know that.
Okay, here's the thing. That's actually... Yeah, I didn't know that either, but that's actually fucking stupid. If I had a nickel for every single time a company was offered to sell a product that would then become the biggest rival to them at the time, I would seriously have no less than 10 nickels. Cause it's happened so many times.
Atari fucking themselves over, I guess.
Yeah. Yahoo did it twice, Google did it, fucking Blockbuster and Netflix, Jesus, what the hell? Amazon several different times losing money. Fucking this Nintendo being like, why?
Oh, fun fact. The people who started Atari also started Chuck E. Cheese.
That's funny.
That tracks. That actually tracks for some reason.
That explains why the first Charles E. Cheese fucking looks like a goddamn mobster on his first incarnation.
Anyway, let's continue. That's just a really weird fun fact. I love it.
Boy, school rejected. So let's rephrase it. Atari walked so Sega could run.
No.
Okay, that was also a lie. Atari was offered the Sega Genesis, and while negotiations got far, they also rejected it. So how about Atari walked so PlayStation?
Another one.
11 nickels.
Son of a bitch!
Who knows? Maybe this will be 12.
Could run. Well, PlayStation only exists because of a fallout between Sony and Nintendo when a CD add-on was being made for the SNES. And I feel they wouldn't have met had Nintendo partnered with Atari, so... Xbox! Atari walked so Xbox could run. And I don't want to hear anything about the connections that say otherwise.
Wait, hang on.
Yeah, no. Again, Xbox wasn't a thing until 2001.
Let's see here. Okay, well, fuck me. I guess I'm not allowed to read this.
Go for it.
Okay, let's see this. Apple were inspired by Atari's old computers, which led them to make Apple computers. I know this doesn't really tie into Microsoft, but the computer boom in the late 1900s had to have inspired Microsoft in some way in the distant future. Am I wrong?
Never letting you cook ever again, because Discord is Discord is cutting you off.
Okay, for fuck's sake, hang on.
Yeah. Welcome back.
I fucking hate this goddamn app!
Fucking Discord is cutting you off like a CIA agent is fucking pulling the black ink over the fucking paper files.
Anyway, yeah, so So in short, yes, Microsoft was inspired by that, but I am 90% certain that it was more because of Sony. I think that Atari failed, so that way the rise of Nintendo could, in theory, happen. Because Nintendo had realized at some point, I would say that Nintendo was like the closest one to like, because they've been around for like fuck long time, like over 100 years. But yeah, I would say that the first analogy makes the most sense, despite the fact that Atari and like Nintendo were very much rivals at that point.
Yeah.
So,
anyways.
Alongside being known for their major part in home video game consoles becoming what they are in modern day, Atari is also known for their failures. Whether that be consoles that sold poorly, consoles that never released, the games that were genuinely bad, or the legendary market crash we've all heard about. Hi, I'm Melody and Surname, and today I wanted to walk—
E.T. Proud Ponger!
yeah. Yeah. Also, look at that drawing in the back. That's very accurate.
Accurate?
Yeah, right there. That's accuracy, 100%.
Kanye West!
I need a room full of, excuse me?
I need a room full of mirrors so I can be surrounded by winners.
Damn
right.
right.
All through Atari's history as a video game console developer. There's an awful lot of interesting history to go through with this company. So let's kick it off in Sunnyvale, California, in the center of Silicon Valley, where Nolan Bushnell and Samuel Frederick Dabney Jr., also known as Ted, teamed up to create Atari Incorporated in 1972. Nolan had thought of many names, all specifically pulled from the Japanese board game Go. He landed on Atari, also known as a scenario in which your group of stones in the game are vulnerable to being snagged by your opponent. The sentence.
Something tells me that would be dramatic foreshadowing.
I mean, yeah.
Speaking right now was added into the script after I learned more about how this name really is just pure foreshadowing.
Fuck's sake.
The
curse!
Keep going.
So, over the course of the next few years, while working on arcade cabinets, they started looking into the home video game console market, which at the time had a lot of fierce competition. The first generation of consoles had a pretty large selection, but when you look at what was available, you can see that there was quite a lot of room to be something unique. There were 33 consoles across
33?
Yeah, 33 consoles, but most of them were So the thing is that Atari at this point was specifically designing them to not be single home consoles. What I would say with these specific consoles of the original 35 here is that they're more like, if you ever played if you ever seen like those plug and play consoles of today that are like a controller joystick, yeah, that's basically this. Just bigger and, takes up an entire fucking coffee table for some reason.
Because technology was a lot bulkier back then.
Yes. Yeah. So the one big innovation that Atari did do that impacted a lot of things over the many years was cartridges. That was their huge innovation because they also then went on to inspire Nintendo to make cartridges and still inspire Nintendo to do cartridges to today, which is damn. That is a long time.
They used compact discs literally one fucking time, and that was the GameCube.
And they didn't even use like actual full-on ones. They used the tiny mini ones. Like this is how you game.
And Wii
literally
U.
mini CDs.
And Wii U, really?
Huh? I'll make that twice.
Also, the PSP had mini compact disc, which I actually kind of want a PSP just because.
Like
it's,
the
cool stuff.
I mean,
Closest thing that I have is 2 PlayStation Vitas.
I want to buy
Give me one. I want it.
Do you want the one with the fucked up screen or the one that probably doesn't function anymore?
I mean, probably the one that doesn't function anymore because you could 100% get that fixed.
I want to buy a purple GameCube again because I had one as a kid.
Yeah. Anyway.
6 different companies. Gee, making a decision as a gamer is so hard. Do I choose the 12th Coleco Telestar Alpha or the Magnavox Odyssey 3000? Oh God,
looking at the old school consoles, it's like
it's
like looking at an ancient relic.
Back in, like the 70s and 80s. This is insane.
I know, but it's like looking at a fucking ancient relic nowadays. You see some of this shit, and it's like you're looking at like a Mayan artifact.
Yeah, and looking again, the reason why a lot of these seems to have dials and very little in terms of buttons is, again, because most of it just was versions of Pong, hence why a lot of these consoles were also called Pong consoles. Because, you know, Pong was kind of a thing that you could just develop.
Pong souls.
Which was really funny because Pong was originally made on, like, space equipment. Or like a radar of some kind.
That's funny.
Oh yeah, it wasn't
It
like
was
the
tennis
first...
for two. It was on an oscilloscope, not space equipment.
Yeah, tennis for two.
It was
that's
on
what I
like it was on a piece of very expensive equipment that took up like a whole room.
Tennis for two. It was literally just
fucking
awesome.
awesome.
It was just on like a fucking radio like monitor kind of thing.
Yeah.
It was on an oscilloscope.
Yeah, pretty much. It's fucking awesome.
Anyways.
Horrors of being an early to mid 1970s gamer. Now, to be fair, a lot of these were dedicated consoles, meaning that they only played one game, hence the large number coming from individual companies. Atari themselves dipped into the first generation of home consoles in 1975, creating Home Pong, a dedicated console version of their rather famous Pong arcade machine. However, the competition was steep, and therefore they were in second to last place in this race as far as sales.
Ooh. Well, that's already
To be fair, that makes the most sense because while yes, Atari did make this one dedicated to one thing, this is essentially just a Pong machine that, you know, you could play at the arcade. You have to remember people prefer to arcades at this point because it's the 70s and it's weird. But also, the other companies just charged more for more games, that is. So you would have like the same price as this. You could get one from like Telstar or something that had like 5 different games. So
wasn't there also wasn't also at this point that companies were also starting to make like different variations of Pong or like making weird games where like you put like a thin film on top of your TV screen and you play basically like a fucking board game.
Yeah, there was also like
Pong.
football games and stuff. And weird. So
like even by the time this machine came out, games were already starting to get a little bit more creative than 2 lines and a dot.
Practically. Yeah. Anyway.
Oh god, respiratory failure.
After being sold by Bushnell in 1976 to Warner Communications, Atari started brainstorming a way to play all of the existing Atari arcade games in one place, thus creating the Atari Video Computer System, also known as the VCS, in 1977. It was later referred to as the Atari 2600, which is what I'll be calling it throughout this video. Now, as I've said before in the past, gaming was an expensive hobby back then, and the 2600 was no different, initially being sold for a grand total of $199.
God, the quality on some of those old ads is... Again, I've noticed this while doing my own research for, like, some of the ads and whatnot for the upcoming video.
That is
and the quality on these old ads is so crunchy.
That's a lot of fucking that's a lot of fucking doubloons for an 8-bit machine.
Yeah.
It's just one of those really tiny machines, you know? Let's see here. Oh, yes, here it is. Well, hello there. It's been a little bit, hasn't it? But yeah, I think, where's the... I think where... I know it's somewhere here in the... Yeah, it's right here in the, intro here, where the Atari Jaguar commercial.
Oh my god, the Atari Jaguar ad!
We ended up losing with the advancement of gaming technology is, of course, the absolutely batshit insane ads that were used in the early years and seemingly ended around the early to mid-2010s. If any of you guys can recognize this ad right here...
Mighty Number 9?
Yep, there it is.
Anime fan on prom night.
I love that the very first thing that they show for the Atari Jaguar is fucking Wolfenstein 3D, which is like, I think ran on 32 or 16-bit systems.
Yeah.
It barely ran on the SNES. 2 generations behind the Jaguar.
That's so. I just think that's really funny.
I think another one of the games that was shown off was Doom, which I think Doom on the Jaguar was like one of the worst ports, funnily enough.
Oh yes, it was awful.
Like the Sega Saturn version ran better.
This was first game. This was the first console to make use of 64-bit encoding, and it fucking sucked.
It wasn't until Doom 64 where you actually got an actual 3D use of it.
And that's what I'm here to present. While I may not have been around, and especially didn't even know what a video game was during this time, I've fallen down a bit of a rabbit hole recently of looking at insane methods of video game advertisement. And I have a bit of a collection here. You know, pretty much ads ranging from the cool to the edgy to the trying way too hard.
John Romero's about to make you his bitch.
Yeah, Daikatana.
Yeah. So a little bit of history of Daikatana here.
Guys,
John Romero's about to make you his bitch.
Yeah. So yeah, just essentially Daikatana was supposed to be the follow-up that John Romero was going to do after he left the making of Doom. Hence, because like, what's weird is that most of the people that left Doom after Doom was a success, including possibly the janitor, went on to make video games. None of them were as popular in some ways.
What's
was
funny
insane.
is that the only, from the research that I've done, the only popular game that came out around like the 2000s from Ion Storm, which is the company that John Romero started, was fucking Deus Ex and not Daikatana.
Oh, wait, they made Deus Ex?
Yeah, they're the ones
Yes,
that made Deus Ex.
Did. Yeah, they made Deus Ex. Look, Eidos.
That's interesting.
Yeah, they fucking made
So
Deus
yeah,
Ex.
that makes sense. That also makes sense. What's also funny, as a weird send up, since we're talking about it, did you know that the Twin Towers are not seen in the first Deus Ex game?
Yes.
Do you want to know why?
Why?
Because they were destroyed in a terrorist attack in the game.
Oh my god,
That's
they
why they were
predicted
not-
9/11.
Yes. What's also funny is the reason why, technically in real life, is because they just couldn't render it.
That's funny.
So, due to rendering issues, they came up with this whole like, oh yeah, they're gonna just get destroyed, and it's like, oh no.
Wow, that was.
On one hand, that aged very well, but on the other hand, it also aged very poorly. I can't tell which one.
Exactly. It's amazing.
It aged well because, well, it did end up happening, but it aged poorly because it did end up happening.
Let me put it this way: prediction through technical limitation.
Yes, that has happened a number of times in some very strange ways.
Fun
Anyway,
fact about
back
the ad,
to
John
the other-
Romero himself was disappointed. Oh yeah, don't worry, I definitely remember that one. I did my research when it came to this particular ad because it was just so out there.
Hell yeah.
Hard to the confusing, and all the way to ads that I deemed to almost be, shall we say, eldritch in nature.
Oh god, not the PS3 ad! Not the PS3 ad. Hey, the Earthbound ad!
To ads that I deemed to almost be, shall we say, eldritch in nature. I think this is the perfect reaction. This is probably the exact face that I made when I first saw this ad. While I was doing research for this video, I was like, "Oh my god, what the fuck am I watching?"
Yeah, I think my reaction, if I were to see that again, would be like, yeah.
Also,
It's
me
such-
casually using Gygus music when it shows up. All the way to ads that I deemed to almost be, shall we say, eldritch in nature. I have quite a bit to cover within this. I had a lot of fun with editing just this intro alone, if you couldn't tell.
It's great, it's great.
Eldritch in nature.
Hang on, since Paper and
Hello,
Game Penguin
Doctor.
kind of missed this, I might as well just play it again just for them. Hang on. Well, hello there.
I just
It's been a
want
little
to
bit,
pop in
hasn't
and
it?
say how
My name
well
is
edited
Sandy,
it
and I'm going to present to you something
Like, it's surprisingly well
that I
edited.
have found pretty interesting for at least the past couple months. So, video games. It's something that has made up quite the majority of my content. Honestly, just playing games, streaming them.
Get him. And then heal.
Oh yeah. Get
fucking up! And even trashing on abysmal takes on video games. They're apparently trying to claim that enhancing the character creation system, you know, is apparently actually removing features somehow. This is pretty much formed.
Okay,
well,
hold on. Your
this
old
entire-
microphone, I know that this is like, you're gonna get some shit for this, but your old microphone sounds like you're just like in a box. or you put a box on your head and are trying to speak into a microphone.
I mean, it's not wrong, and I'm glad that I have this new mic.
Good one. That's a good one.
Our channel that you're currently watching right now. However, I think there's one aspect that I really haven't talked about. It's a bit of a lost era of video games, and that is, of course, the lost era of genuinely insane advertisement. See, today we still have ads for video games and consoles, with a lot of these ads mainly just being trailers displaying cinematics and gameplay of upcoming games to at least kind of build up hype, at least for the most part. And while these ads are effective, I mean, I'm excited for a few games this year, like Elden Ring Night Rain, The Witcher 4, GTA 6, and especially Doom the Dark Ages, and all of those are definitely on the top of my list, as well as many others lists of extremely hyped games for this year, and, you know, for good reason, too. They look absolutely fantastic. And while it's wild how we went from games that look like this and this, to games that now look like this, and even this, one thing that we ended up losing with the advancement of gaming technology is, of course, the absolutely batshit insane ads that were used in the early years and seemingly ended around the early to mid 2010s. And that's what I'm here to present. While I may not have been around and especially didn't even know what a video game was during this time, I've fallen down a bit of a rabbit hole recently of looking at insane methods of video game advertisement. And I have a bit of a collection here. You know, pretty much ads ranging
I will
from
say, I am a little upset that you didn't bring me on for this.
Well, the thing is that I'm not quite done.
My name is Game Penguin, and I literally have a degree that says, hey, I can do marketing.
Well, listen, alright? I'm not even done scripting yet. I literally just got done with scripting the intro, like, yesterday, and got around to recording and editing today, so... It's still a work in progress.
Alright, if you ever decide to make a part 2 or want me to talk about something, because I can bring up some very cool ads.
I mean...
We should just like, do multiple streams where we just react to absurd ads, and then we just make, like, a fucking shitpost segment.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Post segment, activate.
Yeah. Cool, to the edgy, to the trying way too hard, to the confusing, and all the way to ads that I deemed to almost be, shall we say, eldritch in nature. I have quite a bit to cover within this particular video, and hopefully you'll find this almost as interesting as I did. So strap in, relax, grab some popcorn and a drink, and prepare for the lost art of insane video game ads. Also, on a bit of a side note, if this video ends up coming out around like the 10th, happy birthday to me. But anyways... Let's go. But yeah, there's
Let's
the
go.
there's
British.
the intro for you.
Yeah.
Let's
So yeah,
go.
that's gonna be a fun video.
Oh.
$9 or $1,150 in today's money.
Oh my Jesus Christ.
Nice.
I mean, to be fair, that's the average price of like an average Sony console, anyways. So I mean,
okay, well, here's the thing: a PS5 Pro is $1,000, but at least it's something that's more than just fucking 8 bits. It's more than just like a little box shaped to look like something on a screen.
that is true.
1,000.
Now you may think that this is absurd, and it is. But hey, you got a copy of Combat, 2 joysticks, and 2 paddles with it. In later models, it even came with Pac-Man. I like this Pac-Man.
It's a lot of Pac-Man.
Melody, do you need to talk about something here? Why do you have like 500 copies of Pac-Man?
Joysticks and 2 paddles with it. In later models, it even came with Pac-Man. I like this Pac-Man.
That's a lot of Pac-Man.
This one is commonly known as the Woody, or the Six Switch, which had 2 variants themselves, either the Heavy or Light Sixer, the latter being released in 1978. Now, I imagine that you, the observant viewer, noticed that the Six Switcher has switches on it. 6 total! Wow! Let's see what they all do. We got Power, self-explanatory, TV Color, for those in the late 70s who were still living in fear of their reds and greens, Game Reset, also self-explanatory. Now we have these 2, left and right difficulty switches.
The fuck?
Yeah.
Funny, you have 2 saxophone.
You don't have
These
a
are for
difficulty switch
adjusting
on your
the difficulty
game
in
console?
game.
What the hell's wrong with you?
No, I use a fucking computer, numbnut.
Well, that's what this does as well.
Imagine being pissed, so you just turn on the difficulty setting of the right controller.
Me just casually changing player 2's difficulty to expert mode. Hey, get fucked, buddy.
games for either Player 1 or Player 2, or A and B as they were called. Then we have Game Select, which was for changing the settings on those previous two switches, or if games had variants in them. Like in Combat, for example, it lets you pick between Tank, Invisible Tank, Biplane, etc. This thing, across all variants, which we'll get into later, sold 30 million units and swept the second generation of consoles. Second place having been the Intellivision with only 1/10 of those sales. Was this because of quality? Honestly, for simple fun.
Oh wait, is this the ad where Jack Black got his first bit of acting?
Oh my god, that is Jack Black. Holy shit!
Holy shit, it's Jack Black.
It looks like
Is that the ad for Adventure?
Is it?
Holy shit, it's Minecraft Steve.
Give me a second, guys. I go down and check something. I'll be right back in a minute.
You're in for the mines.
Absolutely. If you've never played on an Atari 2600, you don't understand how fun it is to play some of these games. The aim was to be more like an arcade for
sorry.
the home. The first year of games published on that console was pretty small, but overall respectable. It wasn't until later that we get into...
Yeah.
that.
Oh! No! No! Ah!
We had 9 games at launch, being Combat, Air Sea Battle, Fun with Numbers, Blackjack, ND 500,
Okay,
Starship...
hold on. So, I just looked this up. Pitfall, 1982 Atari 2600 commercial. In the cast, you have Lucy Benson, Alan Hoofrecht, Tanya Frenmore, and Jack Black as, quote, teen wearing hat.
That's
Man,
my
Jack
favorite
Black's-
Jack Black character.
Jack
Teen
Black's
wearing
first
hat.
and best role was teen wearing hat.
Such a peak role. It was absolute cinema.
I want to talk about that now because that's a really good one.
Street Racer, Surround, and Video Olympics. For what it is, these are quality, and I think that they make the experience worth it. At some point early on, Atari also teamed up with Sears to sell their consoles in those stores. Sears was given permission to rebrand the Atari 2600 as the Sears Telestar Video Arcade. It was the exact same console with the exact same games, just with various names and brand changes. They had also teamed up back in '75 to sell Home Pong exclusively in Sears stores under the Atari name, but for some reason drew the line at the 2600 and decided to change it up. The next year is 1978. Atari realized that they had all these leftover boards from all their dedicated consoles, which were beginning to fade out as cartridges became the
Let me guess, this next console is literally just gonna be like, yeah, just take that old shit, put it into a new console. Is that what we're about to be getting?
Random
just a
bullshit,
leftovers
bro.
console? Did someone say something?
Probably.
Random bullshit go.
Literally. Atari was once a titan that ruled the gaming industry, yeah, and then...
I found it.
hip new trend. So naturally, Atari decided to try to sell the rest of whatever they had left over. They did this by making a console that played 10 cartridge-based games.
Well,
I found it.
You found... Oh my god. The Pitfall ad featuring Jack Black!
Just last night, I was lost in the jungle with Pitfall Harry, surrounded by giant scorpions and man-eating crocodiles.
This was truly the best role Jack Black has ever played.
Through the trees and over the tar pits and found the jungle treasure. It was really neat.
If you haven't met Pitfall Harry, you're missing the year's most incredible video game adventure. Pitfall for the
This
Atari
is insane
2600
graphics. Holy crap, dude.
That's amazing.
Oh, that's peak.
That's so cool.
Absolute cinema.
No other man will do.
Pitfall, designed by David Crane.
Cinema.
Activision!
Hold on. Go back to the. Go back to the.
Fuck you, asshole!
Go back to the girl. Go.
Pitfall, designed by David.
Okay.
Go all the way. Go back more. Yeah.
What
Just there.
was that?
No. Look. Watch it.
I met Pitfall Harry. No other man will do.
Girl, you're 12.
Jesus Christ, no.
If you put me in the gaming ads videos, I want to talk about this one. I want to talk about the Pitfall ad.
You know, I'm not sure what category it would go in, though. Maybe I'll put it into the weird but cool category because it's not exactly.
It's definitely a weird but cool one.
Yeah, you know what? I'll have you have your own like dedicated segment talking about it. You'll just have to come up with something. I'll just need to gather this, maybe have a few words about it, and then pass it over to you.
Well, I have a few that I wanted to actually talk about.
What the fuck is EDP 5? What the fuck is the EDP 445 song?
What?
We are going to ignore that was ever said, and we're just going to keep on going.
What the fuck did I come back to? What the?
What's in your YouTube notification?
Quite a few of which haven't previously been dedicated consoles. This is the Atari Game Brain, an unreleased video game console planned for a June 1978 release. Unlike the controllers of the standard cartridge-based consoles,
that looks like shit.
Hang on.
Not in design,
stop going into full screen, YouTube.
Fade out as cartridges became the hip new trend. Super 19.
Yeah, that looks like shit.
Poo. No, not like shitty design, cause like 80s, but like it looks like poo, right?
Like it just reminds me of Hugby's reviewing like state welcome signs, and it's just like I think it was Oregon, where all he had to say about it was just diarrhea.
Yeah. By the way, that video from the Atari commercial, 480p,
awesome.
Obligatory dog.
Unlike the controllers of the standard cartridge-based consoles, the Game Brain reverted back to old-school dedicated consoles with controllers being on the face.
Atari.
Huh?
Someone in chat said who could run Doom Eternal better.
I'm pretty sure my computer can run Doom Eternal better. It's just that it can't handle Doom Eternal while it's streaming as well.
But can it run Crysis?
Probably not. I have to wait for guess.
Face of the console. It also featured instructions on how to use the games right on top of the thing that you put the cartridges inside of. By the time this thing was finished, the idea of dedicated consoles was basically over with, and the whole thing was scrapped entirely in early to mid 1978. As far as we know, it was to play a total of 10 games, being Pong, Super Pong 10, Super Pong Pro AM, Super Pong Pro AM 10, Ultra Pong Doubles, Stunt Cycle, Video Pin...
Ultra Pong?
Ultra Pong!
We got Pong.
We got Pong 2.
We got Pong.
We got Pong.
And we got Pong.
We got Pong 2, Pong 64.
Pong Eternal
and video music.
Pong
to this day,
Eternal.
only 5 of these cartridges
Pong
and 3 of these prototype.
Pong 2016.
Pretty much what it is.
Pong 2077.
Pong 3.
Pong 3. Now it's back for vengeance.
Pong 2042.
Pong Age Origins.
Episode 1.
Pong the Dark Ages.
Pong Life.
2.
Pong Life 2 Episode 2.
Consoles have been found.
Pong
I think it's a shame that they never released them.
Paddle.
Team Pong 2.
Pong Motorsport 2.
Pong Rising Revengeance.
We are not gonna have time to cover this video.
As I think that I could use a console that can play 7 different types of Pong. This big block would have been sold for $115 or $550 in today's money, which is a pretty good deal compared to the 2600's price, but this wasn't intended to be a budget 2600. This was a way to throw out leftovers from Atari's fridge. I struggle to see how this idea came to fruition, but I guess someone had to eat the leftovers from a week ago. So actually it's a bad deal. The Game Brain
Bad deals! Cars that break down! Thieves! If you think that you can find a bargain at Atari, you can kiss my ass!
Why does this look like?
It's alright. You're a stupid motherfucker.
Why does it look like why does it look like the Doom plasma rifle?
I was gonna say it looks like a cursed Holosun scope.
wasn't
looks like a
entirely
doomed
canned as a
plasma
name,
rifle.
whether coincidental or not. An add-on of sorts for the 2600 was created in 1983 with the same name. The Game Brain Select a Game and Game Cartridge Storage System. I think the canceled Game Brain
Heck
console
yeah.
is fascinating, but the one thing I have to complain about is that I can't play enough Pong. Where's Pong Doubles, or
gosh.
Ping Pong, or Hockey Pong, or Dr. Pong? Well, the Game Brain didn't.
Pong's Gear Solid 4, Guns of the Pong.
Those are all real Pong.
God,
Come on.
Guns of the Pong.
damn, they,
Threads.
God damn,
Pong.
they really
Sons
milked
of
Pong
Pong.
more than a fucking, more Pegasus milks the Mr. Beast shit. Jesus Christ.
But what would Pong X Peggle be? Fucking Poggle?
Devil May Pong 5.
Poggle.
Poggle.
Didn't come out. Atari wasn't
Pong.
empty-handed in 1978. They were on top of the world with the 2600 selling
Thank you
decently.
for-
Sure, it didn't sell as well as
Sandy's
expected.
audio.
I've seen numbers suggesting it sold
Pong May Cry
550,000
5
of the
Special
initial
Pong
800,000 production run units. But hey, on top
Pong
of the
Cry
world, baby.
5.
They also have their
wait,
arcade games.
So Sanity, I just thought of this. So I think that you should have a segment if you're going to be doing this in like chronological order. You should have where you go into like current mobile gaming ads.
No.
Mobile gaming ads
no.
will have to be its own separate fucking video.
Mobile
Okay,
gaming ads
cool.
are
That shit is
horrible.
awful. That
You know
shit is
what? You're
genuinely
not
fucking
wrong.
deplorable.
You're not wrong.
Mobile
Yeah,
game
okay.
ads are a completely
Awful.
different species.
That would be awful.
If I were to try and go into mobile gaming ads within the ancient history of weird gaming ads, then it would probably end up stretching it out by yet another fucking hour because that would be its own separate rabbit hole.
You'll probably you'll have to cover stupid shit like fucking Lily's Garden or whatever.
Dear God.
This video is sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends.
Taking some serious moves. So while looking to expand upon their reign in the video game industry, they decided
Hey,
the
good
handheld market was the one to attack, thus
you should
creating
totally
the
make
Atari.
one of those Raid sponsored jokes in the video.
This video is sponsored by...
Or, to be more current, this video is sponsored by Go Go Muffin, because I keep getting those stupid fucking ads.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I keep getting these ads for this game, and it's driving me insane.
This video is sponsored by War Thunder.
This video is sponsored by War Crimes.
This video is
We
sponsored
private
by
data we
Nord
private government data
Thunder
today.
VPN Legends.
It's sponsored by Honey.
No.
Oh no.
This video is
This video is
sponsored by a
sponsored by Mr.
scam.
Beast.
This video is sponsored by Give Me Your Fucking Money.
This video is sponsored by BetterHelp.
Oh
It's
no!
sponsored by extortion.
This video is
Hi,
sponsored
welcome to
by
BetterHelp.
Exorcism.
Kill yourself.
This video is sponsored by Exorcism.
True.
Touch Me. Funny name aside, it was based.
I'm sorry, the Atari
Oh.
what?
Oh god! Sorry, no!
I didn't know Atari was freaky like that.
TikTok, heavy like a ring shark, looking like I'm tip top.
Atari really went like, I'm going to touch you.
Basically
This has
just
to be
as Simon
canceled
Says toy
video, I
small enough to
swear.
be carried around, and it sold pretty damn well. I don't really need to get into this one since we all know how Simon Says works, so let's go forward a year to 1979.
It's just Simon Says where's Pong Says.
This video is sponsored by me. Give me your money.
This video is sponsored by my subscribers.
This video is
I stole
sponsored
their
by
money.
absolutely fucking no one. I don't exist. Bye.
When Atari was planning to create
Damn
handheld
it, my
versions of
Walmart
popular
orders
games
here.
that never saw the light of day. These are Super Breakout and Space Invaders handhelds, two canceled
There's a
Atari
Super version
projects
of
that I
Breakout?
wish existed. Super Breakout was popular, sure, but Space Invaders was killing it in the arcades at the time, and since they had just received licensing, this was a huge potential moneymaker for Atari. Despite the great reception from those who were testing it and those who said that they should expect a huge number of sales, Atari canceled both of these with their whole stock being destroyed, meaning that they
Ew.
Damn, that's unlucky.
That could have been awesome, Loki. Just have Space Invaders in your pocket.
That would be
I mean-
pretty cool. Space Invaders directly up your ass.
Heck yeah.
wouldn't touch Space Invaders for another year. Rumor has it that people were just falling out of...
Okay,
I
I'm
can't
back.
take Touch Me seriously. Why would you name it
Touch
that?
Me.
Listen, it was
This
a
is
different.
worse-
It was a different time back
This
then.
is worse than Pop It.
Okay, no, the Pop It, the fucking Bop It was fine. Okay.
It's hard to touch. You could have named it anything else. You could have named it anything else, but you decided to go with Touch Me.
God.
It was a different time back then. People weren't fucking cooked.
Anyways.
Love with handhelds, and that the sales weren't looking too good for the current ones out there. I think the more believable reason is the fear that the 2600, which was still going at a moderate pace in success, would have its sales hit by these. It's baffling that these were canned when they would have fit in with everything else that was out there on the handheld market at the time. They were nothing compared to the badass tabletops or the sleek Blockbuster logo of the Milton Brad.
Blockbuster.
Sadie, we're working on Mr. Gamer put in chat.
This video is sponsored by the Open Hand Foundation. Touch the part of the doll where Atari diddled you. Oh my god.
Excuse me?
Violently dismembering you in Tiananmen Square.
Hold on, excuse me?
Anyways.
No, hold on. I need, so since we're talking about weird shit, I have to bring this up. But a favorite musician of mine who does a lot of drum and bass did one on a dishwasher.
What?
Okay.
Clear you don't own a dishwasher.
Dishwasher drum and bass.
What?
What's that work? Dishwasher sounds like
I just sent it to Sanity. I
swear to God, my brain.
To make like a drum and bass.
Oh my god, Vengeance! Oh, it's fucking Vengeance!
Oh god, this guy.
Dishwasher?
Oh my god.
I love this already.
Vengeance goes so hard.
Okay, yeah, that unironically goes hard.
I think my brain.
This is the same dude who is him through YouTube Shorts, and he used an entire like industrial process of making rebar to make an entire drum and bass song, and I'm like, dude.
Yeah.
Damn.
He slaps so hard. Anyway.
Anyways, I think my brain just got fucking turned into the PS2 intro. Fucking.
Awesome. What the fuck is Sandy during the new Elden Ring game? What is it?
This will be gaming in 2009.
Get back here, you coward!
Bradley Microvision, but these are something I wish I could have seen. Now, there
This
are
will
more
be overkill
handhelds
in
for later on, trust me.
1997.
But if you or anyone you know out there knows how to bring something like this to life, here's my business email. I want to recreate one of these, and I'm very open to working with people who know more about this stuff than I do. So when the 2600 shipped out, the idea of a successor to it was already being thought up. Everyone at Atari thought that this thing was only going to end up lasting for about 3 years. Oh, how wrong they were. But
Got that Sonic music going.
Hang on, I gotta hear that again.
Was only going to end up lasting for about 3 years.
Oh. So they were planning on basically kind of falling apart after 3 years. Oh no.
Oh
what, you mean Atari?
Yeah.
Really?
So
they
they were
expected
only
this shit to
planning on
only
running-
last for about like 3 years, and then I guess they would just fall apart. Sandy, would you play Sonic 06? Only if I was paid to. Pay me double, like, you would have to pay me, like, either double or, like, triple the game's actual fucking price for me to even bother playing it.
Okay, no. Here's what we could do. If you ever have to fucking play Sonic 06, we all gotta do it drunk.
Oh god.
Oh, how
Drunk
wrong
of
they
sick.
were. But I digress. With this self-administered handicap of 3 years, everyone began to work on the next best thing they could possibly do. For some reason, the owner of Atari in 1979 had a huge boner for home computers, so inspired by the Apple computers of the time, they decided to hop on the new home computer thing and thus created the Atari 400 and Atari 800 computers. These were far more expensive than Atari's home
Nice.
It's a fucking keyboard.
They look like type. Well, yeah. Well, they
That's
were
what most-
essentially.
Devil May Cry
That's what
DLC
most
for
keyboard-
live-action cutscenes.
I swear to God, this is the reason why fucking cassette futurism is just like 10 quadrillion buttons and screens absolutely everywhere.
Yeah. So $100, yes.
console offering. The 400 being $550 or $2,230
Oh!
in today's money, with the 800 being
Oh my fucking god!
How much is it in today's money? How much is in today's money?
$1,000, which is $4,200.
Oh! That's a big oof.
You could probably get a
Blasting my
gaming PC
fucking
for that
leg
price.
off right there. My god.
That is certainly double the price of my brother's new PC.
You
And that
could
thing
get like
has
a legit gaming rig with that money.
that thing has
Yeah.
4 times the storage.
What's weird is that the $2,230 is about the price of my current PC. Like, it's a little bit more expensive, actually.
My brother's PC has a fucking 4060 Ti in it, 64 gigs of RAM, and and 4 terabytes of storage for $2,200. This little fucking thing probably has like less memory than a fucking PS1.
$240 in today's
Sure.
money. Though looking at the competition, these were pretty on point, if not cheaper than what else was on the table. While being a home computer first, it was also able to play games as well. We had stuff like Mario, Donkey
What is
Kong,
that screen?
Frogger,
Hold on.
Space Invader.
Is that the screen that will like flap?
Atari's home console offering, the 400 being $550 or $2,230 in today's money, with the 800
that
being
Mikey
$1,000, which is $4,240 in today's money. Though looking at the competition,
Look at that minute
What
screen
the
it
fuck
has.
is that?
It's the PET 2001.
If that actually is the screen, that's horrible.
I'm talking about like the Atari screen. Like, the thing is just a little fold-out screen that doesn't look that. It looks to be like 6 inches long or something.
God.
and these were pretty on point, if not cheaper than
I
what
got
else
them
was on
Cool
the table.
Ranch
While being a home
Doritos,
computer
dude,
first,
look
we
at
were
that.
also able to play games as well. We had stuff like Mario, Donkey Kong, Frogger, Space
Wait a minute,
Invaders,
is that
Pac-Man.
Oh, no. Why does he look
The
like
fuck
that? Why
is
does he look
that?
like a pop? Why does he look like a
That is
Funko Pop?
not Pac-Man.
Why does he look like a demented Funko Pop?
Why does the red ghost look like he's gonna fucking touch him?
The red ghost be like, I'm
Atari
going to
Touch.
touch you.
Pac-Man for the Atari Touch. Touch me, or whatever it was
Oh
called.
god.
To fillet your niece.
I don't like this Pac-Man.
I can see why!
Why does he have buck teeth?
Oh, she's because she's from the Southwest,
I fucking hate that.
What is he eating? A macaroon?
I fucking hate.
I think that's supposed to be one of the little like yellow balls.
And who
It's
could forget
not
the classic
yellow,
of soft
it's
porn
red.
adventure? More and stuff like that.
What?
I'm sorry.
And who could forget the
I
classic
zoned
of
out for
soft porn
5 seconds. What?
Huh?
I need to go close my eyes now.
I'm sorry.
Alright, well, that's gotta show up on your ad video now.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I can't say it with a straight face.
Soft porn adventure.
For adults only.
Soft porn adventure.
the fucking shit that happens in an
point and click game. I swear, if it's a shitty point and click game.
The fucking shit that happens in an unregulated market.
Adventure. More on stuff like that later. What's the difference between these two? Well, the biggest difference is that the 400 had a membrane keyboard, while the 800 had full travel keys and a second cartridge slot. These things were not the best of the competition and is where we begin to see the downfall of Atari. Yeah, we're not that far into the video and we've already reached Atari's peak. Anyhow.
We're only 12 minutes in and Atari is already starting to fall off.
I may have to change.
We're not going to make it through the entire video.
Turn off my noise suppression for this.
Atari made one goddamn console, and then they just, like, started going downhill from there.
Again, apparently they were only expecting to last for 3 years, and I guess after they realized that it wasn't going to last for only 3... I'm sorry?
They were notorious for releasing softcore porn games? What?
Oh,
yeah,
God.
There is an entire video on the Angry Video Game Nerd that's dedicated to Atari porn games.
Wow. Like I said,
very appropriate music for what I just said.
It's like I said, the shit that happens.
This will be the first and last time I speak on the computers, but here's a whole list of every single Atari computer with
That's a lot of computer.
Let's move on. Regardless of those computers, Atari was still killing it with the 2600, proudly sitting above the rest. But now it was time to consider the price of the 2600 for the time. It was still really pricey, and not everyone could just freely afford one that easily. You're all probably familiar with updated and slimmed down versions of consoles like the PS2 Slim. Good on you for losing the weight, babe. Now let's get some Mr. Mosquito inside of you. The 2600 was planned to have one of
Mr. Mosquito.
its own slimmed down variants, so that way the less wealthy could afford to play Human Cannonball. This is the Atari 2000, an unreleased console whose cancellation date is hard to find due to the sheer obscurity of it, but the one I found that seems correct is somewhere in 1979, so if my date is wrong here, yell at me in the comments and I'll call you old for knowing the right year. So you may be looking at
old.
This and thinking to yourself that this looks like a game brain, but again, what with the face buttons on it instead of the pre-established controllers that the 2600 had. And to that, I say yeah, like why the hell would you ever try this again? If the controller's broke, then you're out of a whole system, so who knows what they were thinking. It's not like the controller's being attached to the console.
Switch.
Oh my god,
that is a Switch. That is.
Oh my gosh, I predicted it.
Oh my god, it is just a Switch.
Would make a comeback in the modern day anyway. Another thing that you may be thinking is, ew, yuck, this is too dark. And to that, I have this.
Still paying us crap. Because you have to spend like $70 just to get another pair of Joy-Cons.
But this was during a time. This was during a time where fucking like controllers were like unreliable as complete dog ass, and they were all proprietary. So there was no fucking way to repair these things if they broke.
Woohoo! Time to spend another $100.
That blue color is. Listen, I like the color blue,
That's
but
disgusting.
that makes
That's
no.
disgusting.
That's like the ocean equivalent of fucking like Project Wingman orange.
I don't.
It looks like
it.
pool water.
I don't like it.
Variant.
Yeah. Water.
It looks like
regardless,
Windex.
it was canned and never saw the light of day, but there are a few prototypes out there. It was around this time that they encountered their first real bit of competition with the Intellivision in 1979. It was brought to you by Mattel, who 27 years later decided to come back into the console market and sell under 10,000 units with the Hyperscan in 2006. See, you thought that 5 million units here was sad compared to its competition? Look at this, man!
Oh!
Hell yeah.
Freak. Entering 1980, Atari released what was their first system seller, the 2600's port of the Taito arcade game Space Invaders. I may have led you to believe,
but the fire is so delightful.
I'm trying to watch this video.
Nocturne!
What happened?
I didn't know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
We're watching a fucking video, dude.
Let's kill Nocturne.
What happened?
Beating
the 2600 was selling really well those first 3 years that I've covered in this video, but this game is where the numbers really began to come in. It was a huge hit in the arcades, and getting the rights to sell it for the 2600 earned them a grand total of around 100.
What did you just send me, Mr. Gamer? I am not playing that. I am not playing that on stream. I am not playing that on stream.
Don't I have Nocturne Soundhorn muted? Who played Legalized Nuclear Bombs?
Not
me.
Huh?
$100 million, or just a little under 400 million when adjusted for inflation. Now, up to this point, Atari was the only one publishing games for the console, a total of 39 in those aforementioned 3 years. But there existed a small group of ex-Atari employees who had bundled together to create their own games without Atari's approval. A little-known company called fucking Activision.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Activision was around during this time.
Fuck you, asshole!
Forgot about that.
Okay, who the fuck's spamming that? Because
It's Rusty.
Rusty.
Anyway.
Just mute Rusty.
The whole reason that Activision branched out to be their own group was because they thought that the artists behind the game should receive more credit for their work and talent, which tells me that there's a strong chance that the higher-ups at Atari didn't show nearly as much appreciation to those who made the games that they profited from. They created
Yeah, that's honestly kind of interesting that's how Activision started, because look at where they are now.
And thus, everything falls into place. Also, what the fuck are those designs of those TVs? Those are the most disgusting TVs I've ever fucking seen.
Okay,
What
I
were
hate the
people
fact that the
scanning?
only thing that came to mind when I first saw this was just Among Us.
Andy, I'm killing you.
If I'm looking at this correctly, those are just like supposed to be cuckoo clock TVs. It looks like it's so weird.
Okay, but seriously though, what the fuck were people's like standards of living in the 1970s to allow this abhorrent shit to be okay?
I don't know. Real weird. But
I'm sorry, did
Four
Momo
games
just
in
get
August of
vaporized?
1980, being Boxing, Checkers, Dragster, which I have, and Fishing Derby, before getting a lawsuit from Atari that ended with Activision becoming the first ever third-party publisher. Yes, Activision, by the way. That Activision.
Ooh. I mean, they are called Activision Studios.
Hello,
They
and
used to-
welcome
they
to our
used to
first
actually make
intermission.
games.
Now that we've established that third-party publishers are a thing, let's talk about the funniest outcome that this led to. Or, not everyone was a...
Yeah.
Oh.
The joke is pornography.
Guys, the joke is porn!
The joke is that it's crap porn!
I have a Dante image. Hold on, I need to get it on stream. I need to find it.
Oh,
nice
okay,
as
hold on,
Activision
no, wait,
when
hold
making
on.
their unlicensed
That-
game.
Okay, saying that after that was just said, you're implying something devious.
What?
Starting in late 1981, other companies began selling their own games, some licensed and some not. Sometimes it wasn't just for the love of the art, it was because they knew that they wouldn't be allowed to get their games greenlit. I would like to now read you the names of many not safe for work games that were released on the 2600 without Atari's permission.
Oh,
Bachelor
God.
Party, Bachelorette Party, Philly Flasher, Custer's Revenge.
Yes, Custer's Revenge.
I'm sorry, what was one of them called?
Billy Flasher.
Flashers something.
Alright, I got it. Hold on, I gotta sing it. No, Nike.
Philly Flasher.
Yeah.
Why is he licking his lips? Why is he spent the fucking
Yeah, because
skinwalker?
exactly what you think it is.
The fucking skinwalker is what he is.
Custer's Revenge, Gigolo, Lady in Waiting, Porky's, X-Man, Burning
There.
Desire, General Retreat, Jungle
X-Man,
Fever, Night on the
X-Man.
Town, Cat House Blues, Westward
No,
Ho,
Mike.
and Beat
Westward Ho.
Westward.
'em and Eat 'em. I actually own this one. Pretty cool, huh? The Atari porn game.
Oh!
I think I'm gonna put myself into the Large Hadron Collider now. It's been fun, y'all.
You should
Hey,
throw
don't-
yourself in a nuclear fusion.
Mr. Gamer, I'm not sure. Why do I return to out-of-pocket moments? I don't know, Jade.
Games were sold either behind the counter or in the back of stores since they were, well, porn. Don't want to let the kids get their hands on this fancy leather case, proudly published by Mystique, you know? Naturally, they didn't sell all too well and are actually pretty rare. Anyways, thank you for joining me on this journey. Allow us to continue. Continuing in
All I could think of throughout that entire segment was just the spy saying pornography.
Pornography.
Okay, so it just to bring up that like TF2 meme where like Meet the Spies sped up like 1,000 times, but it just stops at like pornography and then just blows
Pornography.
with the entire video.
That would be your mother.
Except for when Spies.
Pornography.
There it is.
That would be your mother.
Pornography.
Pornography.
I like how the rest of it just literally sounds like a fucking record just being abused.
Why is KSI in house in the recommended?
Hang on, I just have to see this.
I'm in the thick of it, everybody knows, they know me where
somehow somebody has managed to make KSI's song even fucking worse.
Oh.
I'm in my prime, but this ain't even for
Like, mentioned.
Fucking killing myself.
He sounds like, oh, it's just as cold!
So I think he's just about to hit puberty.
I'm just cold!
Why is
Shut
this
up,
one actually
Beaglebot.
unironically funny?
Because it...
from Liverpool, she sold out. Life's fire, but once I'm ready for this is how the story goes.
What is that? What was that?
Why does he hit all the notes though? Whoa!
Okay.
Going through a fucking mental break.
Did Sanity die?
I think he might have.
And it's a bingo card right there.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Nice.
What do you say when you burp, you disgusting creature?
You're gay.
The toilet.
Skibidi toilet. Oops, I burped.
Skibidi toilet in my 5-year-long relationship.
That's it, I'm fucking blowing my head off.
Ugh! Why is this jaw unhinged in the pic?
Hang on, yeah, we need to hear that again.
Oh yeah, his jaw it does look unhinged in this picture. What the fuck?
Could you go back to the bit where he's saying he's cold? Oh, just cold!
This is how the story goes.
Whoa!
Whoa!
Sick of it, but it's been vocalized, the thick of it.
Thin of that.
The thin of that?
Yeah,
what
it's a
you
fin of
said.
that.
In the thin of
What do
that.
the comments say? Look at it was almost good.
No.
Y'all got any more pixels?
Hello. I don't want my mic to be
I gotta hear that again.
From the ring to the where's my crown?
Where's my crown? That's my name!
I'm not hitting the pitch of it. The pitch of it.
He's not
We're
hitting
getting
it.
We're
Not
getting
hitting
unbelievably fucking unlocked.
See, I believe I see it.
It feels like a Flying Kitty video.
This is like
I can make these noises too.
What's this one, Thief?
No.
We have gone fully off track. We are not finishing that other video.
Okay, we're getting.
Look in the VC chat. I think you with the VC that it made me think. The image that the video that it made me think of.
Oh god. On Twitter, I like to bitch a bit.
1981.
I mean, he's not wrong.
Handheld gaming had yet to be touched on seriously, and it wouldn't be for another 8 years. Yes, Atari had tried a few times before, but they wanted something better. Little did they know that they'd be working on it for 3 years before canning it entirely. This is the Atari Cosmos, a canceled tabletop handheld sort of console.
I'm getting to notice that a lot of the better ideas for Atari always end up getting fucking canned. Like they had the handheld devices, other than the Atari Touch You.
I'm in the formula of it. Everybody knew.
The Atari Touch Me.
Never again.
Console that began in 1978, announced in May of 1981, with a retail price of $100, which would be $340 in today's money.
Okay, that's not that bad.
Honestly, the Cosmos doesn't look that bad at all. Though I must say, having the words "the third dimension" plastered on it is pretty funny, but hey, this was before we all decided to ignore the 3D slider on the 3DS. Also, what the fuck is this button for?
It's to enable expert mode, you doofus. How'd you not know this?
It says skill in other mock-ups, and that makes a lot more sense. I wonder why they changed it. I don't know, man. The more I look at it, this thing is losing my respect. Atari claimed that this was super lifelike in 3D, all courtesy of the amount of money they put towards creating a lab called Holoptics to focus on the LED holographic images for the display of the console. It barely even counts as a cartridge-based console itself, as everything for the game was built into the Cosmos, and the cartridges only carried the images and a little notch to tell the console which of the 9 games was in it. Unlike the last canceled consoles, Atari actually showed this.
What?
We need to know Pong's in it.
This one off at the 19.
Hang on, we gotta back up here.
Wonder why they changed it. I don't know, man. The more I look at it, this thing is losing my respect. Atari claimed that this was super lifelike in 3D, all courtesy of the amount of money they put towards creating a lab called Holoptics to focus on the LED holographic images for the display of the console. It barely even counts as a cartridge-based console itself, as everything for the game was built into the Cosmos, and the cartridges only carried the images and a little notch to tell the console which of the 9.
Pong isn't on it. Boo! Boo! It sucks!
Space Invaders,
it's the Superman game. No.
Fuck
you! Boo! Boo! Boo!
Superman 64 was the bad one. I don't know about that.
I think I hear a ghost. Hang on.
Guys.
Hang on, the ghost is saying BOO!
Why is just, there's no, like, actual name, it's just football. They couldn't even make a...
Football!
Games was in it. Unlike the last canceled consoles, Atari actually showed this one off at the 1981 New York Toy Fair, where they got 8,000 pre-orders. The Cosmos didn't come without hesitation.
They got 8,000 pre-orders and not a single console to show for it. It was the world's first Kickstarter scam. You hate to see it.
And criticism, but Atari stood by this thing and even decided to manufacture a few, though it's unknown how many of the 250 listed in the run were actually produced. After a bit, Atari threw their whole lab that they had made almost exclusively for this project into the trash and never spoken it again, all because the 2600 was starting to gain a little bit of success in sales. Oddly enough, one was found in a storage unit in January of 2010. It came with asteroids and was sold on eBay as partially functioning for $7,500. So far, only 3
remind me of this in the VC chat.
Michael Superbacker! No way!
Like, it just remind me of that. The air umbrella. The air umbrella.
Oh, that guy.
We love Michael Superbacker.
actual cosmoses are known to exist, with 3 others just being shells. This wasn't the only holographic console to be canned, as while working on the Cosmos, they were also working on another tabletop console. This is the Atari Spectre, a cancelled console from around 1981. This spaceship...
What on
alien-ass console.
What on fuck's green earth is this?
What
What the fuck is that?
Spaceship. It looks like they broke off part of a spaceship and just like are selling it as a game console.
Exactly.
It looks like
You gotta remember, this was
like-
also in the 80s, so everything was like space themed.
I get it, but like, oh
This
my
is like-
god.
This is like we're getting into like the peak of cassette futurism.
Yeah.
Shaped Freak would have been able to accommodate for 3 players, but was canned to focus more on the Cosmos, and we all just talked about how that went. It didn't start as a Spectre, but rather a game called Killer Satellite, where you'd shoot down the satellite. Sadly, the only things we have from this are these mock-ups, as it was really more of an idea than a fully fledged console. So
Damn.
it's still 1981, and we're out here ready to produce a new console. It's been years of canceling them, so it's about time to get on to that 2600 successor that they have been working on for longer than intended. Remember, it was expected to have died by now. While the 2600 successor was still in the works, they released a brand new version of it that also had 2 of its own unique models. One being the most common variant of 2600, as it was released in the peak of Atari sales, and the other just being fully black. These were dubbed 4-switchers.
And even black.
Yeah.
As the biggest difference is the removal of the difficulty
Yeah,
switches.
you woke
The black
up
one is
when
when
the
the
fucking
VCS was
design
officially...
on this one. Yep.
What?
The anti-woke crowd is gonna lose their fucking minds on this one.
They see black! Woke!
called the 2600. It was also referred to as the Vader model since it was so...
Wait!
Again, it's the 80s.
I'm sorry, but the fucking Prowler music in the background.
When the VCS was officially called the 2600. It was also referred to as the Vader... model since it was so dark and brooding, and also because Star Wars was really popular at the time. If I could choose any to have, this is the one I'd want. But while this was happening, yet another attempt to downsize the 2600 was underway. Maybe this one would be different. Be the one that would finally be the Atari home console for the common man if you ignore the fact that they had already made the 2600 very cheap. This is the Atari 2500, an unreleased console from somewhere between...
Every single console so far has just been unreleased, never existed, only mockups exist. It's only the 2600 that fucking existed because Atari doesn't know what the fuck they're doing.
Bring up the
because they didn't have a plan after the 2600 release. They're like, oh yeah, we'll release this thing and then eventually make something else. It's like, wait, this was supposed to be popular. Why is it popular? What the fuck?
This wasn't supposed to gain any traction. What the fuck is going on?
Just bring up the fucking thing of like the guy keeps like, it was all made up, it's a fabrication. It's not real. It never existed.
1982. This is really similar to the 2000 in the sense that it has the face buttons for controllers. While it has those knobs, it also has controller ports on the back of the console, which reminds me of the Philips CDI. Also, the prototypes came in 2 colors, but don't really work outside of just having the standard 2600 fare inside of them. It's shocking to me that while they were releasing the 4-switcher, they were also still very adamant on releasing a slimmed down version of the 2600. What's the point in putting your time and money into this? But hey, they're still out there killing it with the 2600. Surely there's other great ideas to come. Now, imagine a game where you could play with a controller while you were across the room. No, not that. You could sit in your chair and play a video game 6 feet away without any cords between you and the console. Yeah, kind of like that. Your controller wouldn't have any restraints. Wireless, perhaps. This was the Atari 2700, a canceled planned upgrade from...
Fuck! Canceled! God damn it!
So you play it, you play the console with walkie-talkies.
Oh yeah, they do kind of look like walkie-talkies. What the fuck?
My ass is heavy.
Okay there, HECU soldier.
This had no new features outside of the wireless controllers, as it was planned to use the games and accessories that were readily available for the 2600. Funnily enough, the only reason this existed was for the wireless controllers, and it was also only cancelled because of them. According to those who tested it, these controllers would control any Atari 2700 within a 1,000-foot radius.
Christ!
That's a very bold claim. Can you back that up with a source?
My source is that I made it the fuck up!
You check Twitter lately, Raiden?
Check the internet lately?
Fuck, I hate this place.
Look, I hate this website.
Fuck, I hate this website.
Egg.
Right. Dan Kramer, a man who once worked for Atari, said that there were 12 total made with the box and everything, and I would love to see one in person. Hello, and welcome to our second intermission, where I tell you about this video.
Listen, Melody. We gotta skip the ad.
7 now. This was not only a huge system seller, but it was also the best-selling game on the entire console, beating out Space Invaders. It was even the best-selling game of all time for a while. Was it a good version of Pac-Man? No.
Yes.
Shut up. Well, it was treated game of all time for a while. Was it a good version of Pac-Man? No.
Yes.
Shut up. While it was treated harshly by critics, it sold over 8 million copies, and it drew people in, and that's what matters.
Oh, yeah.
In terms of consoles, we...
Yeah, you have to also remember that they couldn't render like the little pellet things, so they made him eat like gold bars.
Why?
And he wasn't a circle. He was more of like a diamond with like a thing cut out of it. Because this is again Atari. This is fucking hilarious.
I just want to know why Pac-Man is being chased by the fucking Klan.
The Ku Klux Klan. Oh no.
We should start with the most interesting one. See, we've already talked about portable gaming a few times in this video, and we're not done. The Atari 2600 was the victim of many attempts to forcibly slim down, but it was also the victim of many attempts to be turned into a portable console. In early 1982, Reagan Chang drew up some portable Atari 2600s, dubbed the Atari 2200,
the
which I
Diamond.
guess counts as a canceled console since it never came to fruition, despite having been in the idea bank for many people at Atari for quite some time. Let's look at these 25 sketch pages, try to deduce what was going on here. There's a lot of weird designs, some with detachable controllers like what the Intellivision had, some with face buttons more akin to the cancelled Atari 2500, which was akin to the Atari 2000. This one just looks like a laptop and there's a woman with her boobs out, but her shirt is still on. I don't know how that one works. This one...
God damn it, Atari.
I'm gonna make a bold assumption. Skin tight apparel.
Gotta boobs.
What the
fuck? What's that?
That was the bit. That was the joke. Just screamed hits at the top of my lungs.
The thing is that as you were saying it, it got cut off by what sounded like you getting fucking nuked.
Okay, I gotta hear this back in the fucking Vaughn.
Also, what is?
Can somebody clip it? Can somebody clip that? I want to see this live.
Wait, what? I thought you've seen this.
I forgot about this. Lear 7 out now.
God damn!
This is why New Blood is the best. Oh well, Nikita is the best anyway.
You LMAO.
God damn.
Hooray, thank you, Layer 7.
Big shoe LMAO.
Big shoe.
2000, with its cartridge slot being at the upper end. I'm honestly a little unsure on what a lot of these were supposed to even be. Like, can you decipher any of these?
No, I cannot.
Hold on, can you go back to that one that had like the cables on the side? Just like just let it play naturally and just like
supposed to even be. Like, can you decipher any?
That one.
What the fuck?
That looks like a. it looks like something you'd put around your waistline and try to detect radiation particles with.
A fucking Geiger counter.
Yeah, a comically oversized Geiger counter with
Goddamn.
unnecessary Hollywood tech strapped to it.
Let's hear, for example, Nintendo's attempt at revolutionizing VR with the Virtual Boy went south because this console induced seizures. Jesus Christ.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. The funny thing about the Virtual Boy, it failed so badly because shareholders wanted it out, and that's not what the developer. That's not what the creators of the Virtual Boy wanted. They wanted more time to perfect it, but they were rushed. They were rushed so badly that it just ended up becoming what it was, where it's basically just black and red looking at a screen. They were genuinely trying to make virtual reality.
What is this? Wait. What is this a thing for Dusk?
Yeah, Dusk for PlayStation 4. We gotta see this.
Why?
Oh my god.
Yes!
It really is
People
just
say that, like,
poorly...
weird marketing ads are dead. No!
Well, New Blood is the only one that's keeping them alive as of right now.
You need to put them in at the last second here. Like... Yes!
Oh, wasn't there like...
You need to put this in at the last one now. You really do. Saying, like, surely. This is literally like the old 90s ad. This is amazing.
Didn't Taco Bell make an ad where they did like collaborate with a fucking source filmmaker YouTuber? I swear to God.
You need to 110% make that like the ending stinger of like, surely these ads haven't been. Oh.
You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna have to add something like that in.
Hey Sandy,
I
don't
include New Blood into this one because God, that is funny.
Hey Sandy, I'm
100% gonna do a similar ending stinger where I talk about like meme advertisements as well as what the fuck is it, like mobile advertisements.
Oh God.
Because I found a meme. I found a meme image that I want to use where it says where it's console games, PC games, and then mobile games.
Oh God.
Yeah, Sandy, I don't mean to stunlock the stream even more, but can you look up the Taco Bell Christmas source filmmaker ad?
Later.
Oh yeah, that ad.
Later.
Of these. Some of them were less on the idea of portable gaming and jumped on what the GameCube would later have, giving the 2600 a handle, quite literally portable console. Some of this stuff is bizarre to look at, and it's fascinating that we even still have stuff like this up anymore. The website that these were on was taken down, and I was blessed with the Wayback Machine. This one on Sketch 8 is particularly funny to me because it looks like they just put a small TV inside of a cubbyhole attached to a joystick. Detachable screens, detachable keyboards. I like.
Yeah, they had no idea what the fuck they were doing with this one.
Okay, hold on, but those monitor designs look like shockingly modern.
You're not wrong.
Like those were shockingly modern monitor designs. They were actually thinking ahead of their time with those.
Yeah.
This one a lot on page 14. I would actually really like this one. And on the same page, the heart monitor. A lot of these look
a heart monitor.
Like super fancy computers, not portable consoles. This one looks a bit like the game Air Raid on the 2600.
Wow, they were
really
the
rarest game on the
flat
console.
screen.
Might as well make this a segue to talk about that. Air Raid, a game so rare that it sells for more than my house is worth. As far as I can tell, a total of 13 or 14 copies are known to exist, with loose copies ranging around $10,000 and complete copies in the mid-30,000s.
Fuck!
You can buy a car with that money.
Yeah, who the fuck is gonna buy that for $33,000? Yeah, go to hell.
Also, it was released
Remember,
in
there was
1982,
somebody
so
that
it
bought
fits in with the...
Mario 64 for $5 million.
Oh, that is true. That is true. Never mind.
This little section, and it was courtesy of Metavision, who only released this game. Just the one. There's no real time to mention these two since I can't find a solid date on their expected release or cancellation, so let's just throw them both in here. This is the Atari 2900, a canceled dedicated console. The only reason we know about it...
Another fucking canceled console. Jesus.
It looks like a Newport.
When are we gonna get into the ones that aren't canceled? I at least know that the Atari Jaguar was supposed to be a thing that existed.
It did. It just didn't sell really well because it was a piece of unreliable dog shit.
Yeah.
And this just looks like something to hold your pack of Newports.
All was courtesy of William Renteria, a former Atari industrial designer who donated these pictures to the Atari Historical Society. It has the 2700 storage in the back and 4 controller ports. Not much else is known, as it seems it never exited the mock-up stage. And this is the Atari 3200, Super Stella, or the Sears Super Arcade 2, a cancelled successor to the 2600. It proved to be too difficult to work off.
Jesus fucking Christ.
They really didn't know what to do after the 2600 success.
Fucking hell.
For programmers, and besides, you have the 2600 making crazy numbers the past few years, so why rush into anything? It's not like Atari didn't get any consoles out this year, though. Before trashing the 2900, we saw a proper revision of the 2600 with the Sears Video Arcade.
Oh, for fuck's sake, finally.
2. This one never got the official Atari name over here in America, though over in Japan it was dubbed the 2800. It was small, had 4 controller ports, and was overall an improvement on the original, yet failed overseas pretty harshly. But what about a real upgrade to the 2600? Well, before we can talk about that, we gotta talk about a quick legal battle. The ColecoVision entered the ring alongside Intellivision as competition to the 2600, which was selling really well, and every attempt to replace it failed. But what if the way to replace it was to steal it?
Oh.
Late 1982, Coleco created an add-on for their ColecoVision that allowed you to play Atari 2600 games, and Atari sued.
Hang on, I gotta see. You can't just steal our fucking console and call it your own.
Oh, I love these fucking Phoenix Wright shit posts.
Lost the lawsuit,
shit you
shockingly,
not, I
as
have
Coleco
a
had some of the
11
world's
minute
best
long
lawyers.
Phoenix Wright shit post where it's literally just fucking Phoenix and Miles just arguing about fucking football for 11 minutes straight.
That sounds fucking hilarious.
You could have possibly ever made up. They got away with it by saying that their add-on was made with parts that any standard consumer could just go buy and make for themselves. This is...
What? Okay, can my fucking mouse just work? Anyways, Japan even tried to outdo the NES by releasing their own competitor console, the Famicom. Oh yeah, I'm kind of vaguely aware of that.
I thought the Famicom was made by Nintendo.
Apparently not. Apparently it was from Japan. Which Nintendo is also from, but whatever.
You're telling me a country made this console?
This is like if Xbox created an add-on that plays Switch games and Nintendo lost a lawsuit because anyone could have made the add-on themselves. Xbox just made it easier. This is when Atari began to crack even further.
You know, I think Xbox should really do that, because if they can actually win by doing that and just fuck over Nintendo, that would be absolutely fantastic. I would love that.
Alright, I have my scripts for my part.
Alright, nice.
Man, that was fast.
I write really fast. Plus,
which part again? I already forgot.
For the weird gaming ad stuff, because I found I was literally just looking up a lot of the stuff to like really talk about. I found some of the things that I found here was the Game Boy Color, now in the 6 tasty colors.
Oh, that one. That one I bring up in the Eldritch section. That's the one that I bring up in the Eldritch section.
Boo! I can't talk about it then. Damn it!
We saw that.
All right.
We saw that.
How about the Mortal Kombat cabinet ad?
Oh, the one where the kid looks like he's about to get beat up by the actual characters?
Yeah.
That one comes up earlier on. You might be able to get in on that one.
Oh.
I remember.
So the way that I parsed my thing out was I looked up a bunch of images, and I just have a bunch of them. But I have the Mortal Kombat cabinet one. I have a domestica violence ad for Virtua Fighter.
What the fuck?
Yeah, this is the only way to non-stop gaming, which is one where a dude shoves a bunch of cartridges into his forehead. The more you play, the harder it gets, which is a classic one.
Oh yeah, that one comes up in the oddly sexual section.
Yeah, I have two Blockbuster ads. That was like weird quotes where they compare video games to both shoes and underwear, and I also wanted to talk about the Pitfall ad with Jack Black, which is really funny.
I'll definitely include the Pitfall ad, because both the Mortal Kombat one and the Pitfall ad come up in the weird but cool section.
When I was a kid, I yearned for the mines.
But then I have an entire section dedicated to Nintendo in my script, where it has a quote from God, the Power Glove, the Get a Grip on the Power Glove ad, and the famous Smell magazine from Nintendo, which I'm probably sure was really funny.
Oh God.
But then there's a couple other ones that I have here where it is the You Cannot Beat Us ad.
That one comes up in the Eldritch section as well.
I wanted to talk about that one. That one's a good one. But then there's also another one that is the Pokemon getting into a card compactor and getting smushed into a Nintendo cartridge.
Oh, I've actually seen that one.
That one's fucking awesome.
The evil bus driver.
The evil bus driver.
You're gonna have to send me. You're gonna have to send me that one because that one sounds funny.
I do have it. Let me see if I can send this just.
God, I used to. I think that ad used to be like put onto VHS tapes of. Yeah. I remember
Sorry
now.
for the quality one, but it's really cool.
I remember now. That ad was put on VHS tapes for the first season of Pokemon.
Yeah, imagine you're going and seeing the.
Hey, little buddy, want to ride?
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Okay, I'm definitely gonna have to include that one. That just looks funny as hell.
That's fucking great, is what that is. Yeah. So.
Send to the fucking trash compactor.
So, and then there was also if you're not gonna talk about this, I want to do a section on the Zelda rap trilogy.
Oh my God.
Have you not heard of this?
The Zelda rap trilogy.
Yeah, so there are 3 commercials, all of which were the game Legend of Zelda, the first one, 2 of which are from America, and then one of which was also really funny because it was from Japan. All of them involved rap for some reason.
Oh my God.
And like the Japanese one is actually like an official Japanese Zelda rap, and the way that I was gonna end off that section was clearly it's very weird and cringe to make a rap based on a Zelda video game, which clearly takes place in the in medieval times, but I would slowly fade in the Zelda rap from Smosh. Just like, shut up! That music is peak and you know it.
Wasn't there?
But what segment would that go into? I'm feeling the
weird
Zelda
but cool one.
Zelda rap, yeah, maybe weird but cool.
Yeah, no, I was talking about the Game Boy one. The Game Boy one's definitely weird but cool.
Yeah. What, the bus driver one that you sent me?
Yeah, the bus driver one's so funny.
The evil bus driver.
I'll have to try and figure out which ones I can put you in on, because I can definitely tell you when to talk about a couple of them. I'll probably try to work on something, because again, I have yet to work on the script for the other segments yet, so...
Yeah, so the reason why I wanted to also talk about the Pokemon one was because I also found an ad from Burger King talking about the recall of Pokemon toys from Burger King.
All right.
Which it's not dumb. It's not like weird in like a dumb in like a cursed kind of way. It's weird in just a way of like, it's so interesting that I'm so confused as to why this was put on air. For whatever reason.
I think Melody recently made an entire video about this, and I remember seeing this particular segment. I was like, oh wow, that's terrifying! Imagine seeing that shit on the TV!
Yeah, very much so. I was also gonna put in a small section on what I call meme marketing, which I think you can make an entire section on, because I was gonna talk about things such as Can It Run Crisis, which wasn't an ad per se, but was like a meme that became so prominent that it basically became into advertising for the game. Which happens a lot more than you think it does.
I know exactly. Okay, the fucking Mass Effect had this stupid thing happen where there's like a shit post from like 10 or 15 years ago where it was just like Commander Shepard saying, "Well, bang, okay." And that
that was an entire series, and that was a YouTube game poop thing at the time, which if I remember correctly, it was like an entire series because they did it with Skyrim too. It was the first time that you would see like super. What the fuck was it? I know that it's gonna bug me to no end.
I have a copy of Mass Effect 3. If I just play for about an hour, I can get to that part in the Citadel. I know what you're talking about, but yeah, basically the thing is that stupid fucking quote will bang okay, even though that was just like a voice splicing.
No. It's called literally just called gamer poop. This was back during the shitposting days or the YouTube poop days.
I know.
So yeah, the entire series of gamer poop had them doing that. It's like really funny.
I know, but basically the fucking phrase "will bang okay" essentially became free marketing for Mass Effect 3.
Yeah.
All right. But I think 100% I'll probably have you talk about this particular bus Pokemon ad. That sounds like a fun one that you could do.
It's my thumb turn.
And of course, it'll allow you to come in relatively early on in the video as well. So.
Yeah.
Guys, I think I'm getting superpowers. My thumb turned pink.
Yeah. Oh, well, but I definitely want to talk about the Pitfall Jack Black ad because that is fucking awesome.
Yeah. You know what? You can. You know what? You can do both the Pokemon one and then follow that up with the Pitfall Jack Black ad. You'll just have to try and figure out a way to like send me that however you want to do it.
Do I own like a?
In an attempt to compete with the scary new competition, we see the Atari 5200 thrown out the door. It only took 3 months after the release of the ColecoVision to rush it out. It had been in the works for a while, so long in fact that the hardware inside was made with the idea of the 2600 being in the grave 2 years prior, as they suspected. This means that we have outdated hardware, so how bad can it be? Well, just look at this thing. It's odd. The slant was an interesting choice, but it's nothing we haven't seen. Another interesting choice was the storage unit on the back for controllers being brought back from the 2700 and 2900. It's pretty neat, but it just makes this a far bigger console than it needs to be, and neither of the 5200s I have still have the flap for it. If you, a viewer, can 3D print me one, here's my P.O. box. I would love to have one. This thing flopped really hard. Here's a chart. This is the sales...
That's
Oh!
It looks like a keyboard without the board, or without the key.
All keys, no board.
All keys, no board.
I think I'm experiencing central nervous system shutdown.
Of the 2600, this is where the 5200 lands on that chart. It barely reached 1 million units due in part to the fact that it didn't support backwards compatibility. I know that this wasn't really a thing at the time, but not including it definitely wasn't a selling point. Sure, you could have bought an adapter, but come on, there's no point. You know all those 2600 cartridges you have laying around? Yeah, now you need 2 consoles in your house if you want to play those and this new console that they're just trying to beg you to buy. It was also $270 or $860 when adjusted for inflation. That is nearly 1/3 extra compared to the 2600's initial retail value, which by this point was significantly cheaper. On top of this, it saw little to no games, a grand total of 69, with 9 of those being in its first year. Considering the install base was so small compared to the 2600's increasingly bigger library, why would you ever even think about owning this thing? Oh, and you didn't notice that it was graphically identical? Obviously there's some differences, but what would be the point in buying a brand new console that is the exact same thing with less games? I know 8-bit was all we had back then, but come on, man. You know what also didn't help was the fact that its pack-in game was fucking Super Breakout, a game that was already available on the 400 and 800, the 2600, and that one cancel handheld that they should have just fucking released anyway. Oh, and this controller, god damn, is it...
It looks like a fucking phone!
It does, yeah.
What is this ugly piece of shit?
This thing was
it's supposed to... I think, if I remember the review of this correctly, the controller you were supposed to... like, some of the games came with, like, these cards that you put on the front of the keypad, and those were the controls that you could use.
That
for some games.
Wow, that sounds fucking stupid.
This thing was
fucking hilarious.
This looks like the dumbest fucking console I've ever seen.
I will say though, the one thing that this does actually end up having is the innovation of the pause button.
You know what? Fair enough.
This thing was
ugly,
the
with this
bane
fucking
of every
god-awful
parent
number
because
pad.
they
Though
were
I can't rip on this
super
5200
unreliable.
forever. It's not the world's worst console, and it is an upgrade from the 2600 in most ways. I'd show gameplay, but I lack one important hookup, so let me look for it online. Jesus Christ! What the fuck is that? Phew. They fixed it in later models, but removed 2 of the controller ports. Weird decision.
If you think ColecoVision plays all Atari cartridges... You mean it can't? Here's Pac-Man on ColecoVision. But here's Pac-Man for the Atari 5200 Super System. Now you're talking. And it doesn't work on ColecoVision. But won't their adapter? It won't play Super System cartridges. Not pole position? Not this pole position.
Pole position!
Not centipedes?
Not this centipede. Only on the Atari 5200 Super System.
But aren't they hard to find?
They're everywhere.
Everywhere?
The Atari 5200...
Everywhere.
Find funny is the mere fact that they're advertising everything to backwards compatible.
That is hilarious.
Super System.
The 5200 sold poorly, and Coleco with its adapter was eating into the sales a bit. The insecurities really showed in these commercials, which changed from happy family fun to trying to convince audiences to buy it. The 5200 was everywhere for a reason. This was a huge blow, and to attempt to salvage the ship that had begun sinking the second the 5200 crashed into its side, Atari considered releasing a smaller, slimmed-down version of the 5200. This is the Atari 5100, also known as the 5200 Junior, an unreleased console from 1982.
Of course it's unreleased.
And looked really nice without that big box on its back, but it was never released for 2 reasons. One is obvious, the 5200 was a failure. There's no patching that hole. And the other is, well... See, ever since Activision got the green light to publish games, so did other third-party publishers. While Atari's output at this time wasn't perfect, some of the stuff that was sliding in under the radar of quality control that was flooding the market was far from such. There were 0 quality checks, and anyone could just shit out a game. On top of that, the game cartridges were printed to hell.
By the way,
Not all, but
just
several.
just as a, I don't know, it wasn't a lot of games. So one of the major people that kind of led to the crash was a little company called LJN. I'm not sure what LJN specifically stands for.
That
but
fucking
LJN
rainbow.
Yeah, LJN was a company that was basically saying, hey, let's just turn out game after game after game after game, regardless of anything, without any quality control, and just like pack it and send it, you know? And that's what they did. They essentially were what would the modern day equivalent be of a content farm. They had like a fuck ton of releases, none of which were any real good, and all of which were kind of just put out because money.
They were the original shovelware.
Pretty much.
Damn.
Games
So
on
they
the
were a major
2600 have far more in supply than what the demand was. At this point, there were 9 total consoles considered in the generation, and Atari was 2 of them. Stores stopped placing orders for these bad games, and the average consumer was no longer interested in buying low-quality games that were either unfun, buggy, didn't work, or anything like that, and therefore they stopped buying them. This isn't to say that all the games coming out were bad, though. The game Pitfall came out in the early 1982, and is one of the best-selling games on the console for a good reason. The commercial for it was also the first acting role for Jack Black, unrelated. Well, Atari wasn't the only culprit in the case of releasing lower quality games. It was the company everyone pointed their fingers at since they were the biggest problem. If the restaurant had a rat infestation, you'd yell at the manager, not the rats themselves. The video game market fell really hard as it lost trust and faith in consumers and stores due to the rampant garbage that was only made possible to sell because of a noticeable lack of quality checks. No one is buying the games and stores can't sell them.
Ooh.
Yep. That's karate, by the way.
That's supposed to be karate?
Yes.
I thought it was sumo wrestling.
Nope.
Oh, God.
This is the video game crash of 1983, a story that has been retold many times, even once by myself earlier this year. Though, when I talked about it, I only briefly mentioned what many consider the game that caused it all. The game that is often recited as one of the worst games of all time. The one Jenga block to collapse the tower. This is the most infamous game of all time, E.T. the Atari 2600.
Oh!
Well, so I will say that, yeah. So E.T. for the Atari 2600, I will say, has, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, kind of lost the stigma, well, not the stigma, but the sting that it had, because guess what failed even harder?
What?
Vita Man?
No. It was very recent. It was actually this year.
Concord.
Oh,
yes.
Yeah, Concord.
Perhaps I treated
Because
you
if I'm
too
remembering correctly, ET for the Atari 2600 sold about 2 million-ish copies, if I remember correctly.
Oh,
And the
no.
most of which were returned. But Concord, I don't even think cracked 1 million. So, yeah.
Did worse than the previous worst game of all time. That's rough.
Yeah. And by the way, before anyone corrects me, I would say it's the biggest quote-unquote AAA failure, i.e. this was technically before the AAA standard, so comparisons are different, but this was like a game that was super hyped up by some people a lot, and then just completely failed upon its release.
Yeah.
So Concord kind of followed a similar trend, despite the fact that, again, no one really wanted it. So, yeah. But it was still a major AAA game that was released and failed completely.
Concord
The
is
Extraterrestrial, directed by Steven
$400 million
Spielberg, is one of
failure
the
of all
highest
time.
grossing movies of all time. When adjusted for inflation, it falls in 7th place. It follows the titular alien landing on Earth and becoming friends with a boy named Elliot. As he and his siblings try to keep their new friend in the house a secret, he becomes ill and it takes the government getting involved to save him. No spoilers on this old-ass movie, it's a good watch though. Due to the movie's wild success, Steve Ross, aka the CEO of Warner Communications, which owned Atari at the time, like I said earlier, began talking to Steven Spielberg and Universal Pictures about a licensed video game tie-in. Unlike Warner, Atari's CEO, Ray Kassar, was against the idea of an ET game, stating, "I think it's a dumb idea." The negotiations reached...
Damn. Even they were like, yeah, this sounds like a fucking stupid idea.
Their conclusion at the end of July in 1982, leaving Atari paying somewhere between $60 and $80 million for the rights when adjusted for inflation. The deadline was September 1st, meaning that in order to reach the Christmas deadline for that year, the one single developer, Howard Scott Warshaw, would have to finish the entire game in 5 weeks. Instead of putting it off to invest more time in it,
Wait. Hold on. You're telling me that the biggest, most expensive game at the time when they got the licensing rights and shit was made by one dude and it failed?
Yep.
Jesus Christ, that is insanity.
That is rough.
One man in 5 weeks.
Which is weird because one dude in 5 weeks in today's standard can make a video game with a budget of like $0.
True.
And it would be far better than that. So it's weird. But this, you gotta remember, again, people will be like, oh, well, like, I know devs that do that all the time. It's like, yeah, but you also have to understand, this is during the 80s.
Yeah,
where
back
there
then,
was
it was not as easy as it is now.
It was the
Not
Wild
only was it
West.
not as
People
easy,
were still figuring it out.
Yeah, no, not only was it not as easy, the technology was just very far, like, removed from what we have today. Like, today, I literally can boot up Unity and work on, because I work in more, like, modding stuff, but I can have, like, I can download an SDK for a game, work on it using pre-made assets and models and stuff, adjust them in, like, another free 3D modeling software that I personally know about. Like, I just have a general bigger knowledge base. I mean, not technically, well, maybe not technically. Point being, there's a lot more tools that I have as a person who is a consumer, and I only do this as a hobby. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Creating a better game, but not reaching the Christmas deadline, Atari had an unchecked ego from the sales of Pac-Man and Raiders of the Lost Ark, also made by Howard Scott Warshaw, and was also based on a movie by Steven Spielberg, which sold about 1 million units. And so, he got to work, creating a game that ended up being what we know today. A game rushed to hell that suffered from a lack of time, a lack of support, and a lack of more advanced hardware to realize the ideas that had been planned out. This single screenshot is art. It tells a story of a company that didn't peak in high school, but peaked in elementary school, never managing to surpass itself, being left in the dust of its own oversights and mistakes. In other words, this game fucking sucks. Simply put, it was a lie. While not intentional, the game served as sort of a Trojan horse. It met the deadline for the Christmas season and was released in December of 1982 and sold very well. 2,740,232 copies to be exact, with 2.6 million being...
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna be honest. I didn't actually look up the full value of it, and I only spitballed around 2 million. I'm fairly certain. I think I called 2 million somewhere.
Well, hey, you called it.
Before the end of the year. That is less than 1 month. Before it even shipped, retailers were ordering more than anticipated. The expectations were high, and when the time came, people didn't like it. And hundreds of thousands of copies were returned to retailers, becoming a game that was quite literally impossible to sell. While E.T. wasn't entirely at fault for what happened, it was the one that people refer to because of those sales numbers, those expectations, and that fall from grace the second it was put into someone's Atari 2600. People remember E.T. because it was the newest, biggest game to flop and was the freshest one in memory as everything continued downhill throughout 1983. Stores couldn't return the flood of shitty games they had as the publishers started going defunct, causing stores to begin listing them on sale for as low as what equates to $14 nowadays for a brand new video game. But it wasn't just the stores with a load of stock of random games that they couldn't sell from their shelves, it was also Atari themselves. Alongside E.T., the 2600 port of Pac-Man as well as Miss Pac-Man, Raiders of the Lost Ark, Space Invaders, Defender, Berserk, Warlords, Centipede, and Yar's Revenge were also among the 728,000 games and stuff like their personal computers, 2600s, 5200s, and other related Atari products that were dumped into a landfill located in Alamogordo, New Mexico in September of 1983. Contrary to popular belief, it wasn't only E.T. It was also a lot of other unsold games, consoles, and even accessories. Atari lost a majority of their hold on the video game market,
I would like
cutting
to say
30%
this,
of...
by the way. This is one of those things that was a legend for a long time, and people didn't know because there weren't any. The internet wasn't around back then. This was just like the original meme of what happened to these Atari games, where it's like all this stuff was in New Mexico and it just like got buried and shit, and like people didn't know. And then someone comes out and it's like, yeah, this is actually a thing, and they actually have now like this modern footage of like, oh shit, this is actually true. And because I'm also 90% sure that they didn't say that they buried them in New Mexico. I think that kind of was spilled later, or was like it's one of those things where it's like if you know about the S, no one knows where the rumor or the S, like the rumor that they were buried in New Mexico came from. It was just a thing that they did. Might have been a newscast, might have been something else. It was so weird. But yeah, it's quite interesting. Also, again, this is why we need to protect a lot of the planet, because this stuff is from the 80s and it still hasn't decayed since then.
Yeah. Also, I think the internet would have been in its like developmental infancy stages at this point. So
in the 80s,
yeah,
82.
I would say like quite literally in its infancy, and the most is that it's like fucking business computers.
Yeah. This Melody, no surname related to Moxie, no last name.
Like when I say infancy, I mean like fucking fucking it's a fetus.
So
yeah.
The internet creation. Okay, hold on. So, the internet is considered to have been created in January 1st, 1983. So, roughly a year after this.
Damn.
So, yeah, because we're currently in the crash of 82.
No, the crash was in 83.
The crash was in 83? Okay.
Yeah. The crash started in 83 and it persisted until 85.
Okay, so yeah, maybe some of that early internet stuff might have started.
Like I said, borderline like
yeah.
it just,
but again, it doesn't stop the fact that like that sort of ghost story of it was a dump in New Mexico wasn't a thing that was started, and no one knows where it originated from or who started that. Maybe some developer just like told his kid like, yeah, we buried all that shit in there now on like his deathbed or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, imagine like some of the first messages of like what would be essentially become the modern internet was about this fucking like ghost story.
$1.5 million.
Everybody was talking about it.
It's causing their consumer electronics and computers division to be sold to Jack Tramiel. And then, silence. During this silence, I'd like to take you to another intermission. This one will be covering some of the wildest titles released shortly before or during the crash. We had stuff like Pepsi Invaders, Pigs in Space, Snail Against Squirrel, Bobby is Going Home, Lost Luggage, Squeeze Box, Tanks but No Tanks, Star Fox, Quest for Quintana Roo, Name This Game and Win $10,000, and of course, how could I forget, I Want My Mommy. 1983 saw 214 games officially released for the Atari 2600, which is nearly half of the console's total library released in one of the 15 years of this console's lifespan. The market was flooded to hell, and no one really knows just how bad of an extent it really was. Early 1983. As the crash was beginning. This was about when Atari was approached by Nintendo, who was looking to bring the Famicom to the United States. What with how Atari had failed to reach their sales numbers and everything was snowballing fast, it would have made sense. Atari was given the room to brand the hardware however they pleased, so long as Nintendo was paid. Everything was set in stone until Atari saw Donkey Kong running on a Coleco computer. Nintendo had already licensed the Donkey Kong name, which was a huge arcade hit at the time, to Coleco for the ColecoVision. Conveniently, Coleco had made their newest computer compatible with the ColecoVision cartridges. Does this violate the rights Atari had bought for the home computer release of Donkey Kong? I'm unsure, but like a jealous boyfriend, 1 week into the relationship, Atari broke ties with Nintendo. How they kept making these mistakes over and over again.
What?
So what's interesting, and that they brought up a little earlier, was this is the exact same scenario that Nintendo would have when they were approached by Sony when they were going to make a game console, because Sony approached Nintendo to make a game console, which would be the PlayStation, but Sony chickened out because they saw what Sony was trying to do, and they saw that they were trying to like monopolize shit or doing like some bad stuff that they didn't agree with. So they used like the licensing of their stuff to a different company that I'm specifically not remembering the name of because I don't know, to get out of that talks. And then Sony was like, well, fuck you, we're gonna make our own console then in that context, and then just decided to make the PlayStation 1. So yeah. Weird how things come boomeranging back around like that.
Indeed.
And is beyond me. The 5200 was discontinued in 1984, and the 2600 was still carrying this company through their constant failures. 2 more years. It's now 1986, and Atari was finally ready to release something that they had been working on for years. They had tried and failed to get something like this to come to fruition, and it was finally their time. The video game market was slowly healing, so everyone was ready for a more compact and affordable variant of the 2600. The 2600 Junior, or the 2200 as it was known before release, unrelated to the portables that we talked about earlier, by the way. And unlike the many attempts to create a smaller budget 2600, this one actually came out. Now, you might think that they'd take some time to work on a real successor that would do better than the 2600. The 5200 was awful, and they released it right after they released a brand new version of the 2600. Silly mistake.
All right.
I bet they had learned from this. This is the Atari 7800, which had actually been ready for launch since 1984 and was released the same year as the 2600 Junior. I can't be too negative though, surely it's a good console unlike the last one. It launched with some really heavy-hitting arcade hits like Big Doug, Xevious, Galaga. It was backwards compatible with nearly every 2600 game, and it was only $140, or just under $400 in today's money. Compare that to the competition at the time, like Atari's ex-girlfriend Nintendo's NES just being over $500, or the Master System being $560. It was even more comparable to the other 8-bit offerings than the 2600 and 5200 had been. This is an actual upgrade. So this was Atari's comeback,
still
right?
a failure.
Yep.
been in the gutter and only getting further in for the past 9 years, so please say something good. Nope! The 7800 wasn't perfect at all. One of the biggest complaints was that the games being released came out incredibly slow. A total of 10 games for the 7800 were released between May and December of 1986. There were only 59 games released throughout the console's entire life. That's not a lot. What incentive is there to even buy a 7800 if the games on it aren't unique compared
something
to the
that's even lower than that would have been the Virtual Boy, with only like just barely reaching double digits at like 10, 15 games.
Dread.
Total, by the way. Not just like, oh yeah, 10, 15 games is like that. No. 10 to 15 games in its lifetime for the Virtual Boy.
Oof.
Yeah.
Offerings on the 2600, which you probably already had anyways. And also, this controller, oh my god, this is foul. Laserdisc stuff started getting a bit hot around 1983 due to one of the biggest names in its field, Dragon's Lair, hitting arcades. Naturally, Atari wanted to be on top and had begun working on an add-on for the 7800 that was speculated to have been able to play all of their Laserdisc arcade games that they had released. Direct Tramiel decided that this was a lost cause and canned the idea. No mock-ups for this one, so this is the 7800 Laserdisc, a canceled add-on for the Atari 7800. It would have plugged into this port here, which had other peripherals made for it, like the keyboard, which was actually never released. Regardless, the
also never released.
Laserdisc would have been the
So
first
that-
and only way
that
to play
port just never
CD-based
did
games at home,
anything.
at least to my knowledge, as they were all in arcades. We wouldn't see more stuff like that for at least another decade or so. While this was a step up from the failure of the 5200, it was a step down in terms of hardware. It did sell better, here it is on a graph. Yeah, if Atari wants to top the 2600, they'd have to really bring something to the party that no one else would expect to see. So with the 2600 and
So now is
7800 being
this the
supported
jackpot?
alongside their PC work, Atari got to business working on something new. That something
Alright.
new was the XE gaming system.
Fuck!
Damn. Let me get to the Jaguar. That looks.
We're still not at the Jaguar yet!
Yeah, that looks marginally better though. Actually, like I'd buy that.
It looks alright.
Like I'd buy that now. It just has like a weird retro console.
Or
but
as I'm
yeah,
going to call
so well, I was gonna say something. What were they talking about again? Wait, you've forgotten.
Anyway.
Oh yeah, no. So they brought up the price before of like how the Nintendo Entertainment System was $100 ish more in modern money and whatever. That is, I believe, something that Nintendo has also had a long history of. Even to today, you could technically argue, in the sense of they had hardware that wasn't as good as the competition, but they competed for the person's dollar by having things like good games, good ports, excellent, like the things that people actually kind of liked in terms of quality control. For the most part, there is still some bad games, and I think LJN was still around at this time, though I'm not too certain. But I just find it really funny how Nintendo, for the majority of their life in the video game space, charged more, but charged more than their competition in some cases, but still ended up on top and winning because they just didn't drop the ball, at least not until like the Sony PlayStation came around, because Sony just decided to leapfrog them, which is kind of ironic considering that they leapfrog Atari at some point.
Yeah.
Zegs, which was a PC console combo that only sold 100,000 units. It was released a year and a half after the 7800 in late 1987. Why so soon after you just put out the 7800? If you weren't winning the NES fistfight with the 7800, why release another console? This thing looks weird.
That's
and
true.
The keyboard would have gotten bullied at school. Maybe you could have...
I mean, I like it.
Well, too bad! Fuck you!
Waited a couple years before putting it out. I will give it one thing though. It is much more advanced than the previous Atari consoles, being a computer thing and all, but I digress. Not to skip ahead too much, but in 1996, someone found this, a shell for a console named the Mirage. Rumors about this console say that it could have been a collaborative effort with SNK to create a more affordable way to play Neo Geo games. Considering that the Neo Geo was a whopping $650 or $1,530 in today's money, this isn't really a bad thought. Also, note that the cartridge slot is pretty big. You ever seen a Neo Geo cartridge before? The word Mirai in Japanese means future, so maybe that ties back to the SNK stuff. Other investigative folks noticed that it looks a bit like the Zegs, and little did they know that they were right. This and this are the unreleased Atari Super Zegs, also known as the Atari Mirai, canceled consoles from around 1988, and if you don't believe me and want to see these as two different consoles, I point to the pastel buttons. They're similar enough that I think it's safe to say that they're one and the same, but regardless, there's no true confirmation and it's all just speculation. If you want to see them as separate entities, that's on you to be wrong. Somewhere in this time, Sega cut ties with the producer of the Master System,
Atari Super Segs, no!
being Tonka, and sought other people to help bring their next console to the States, and just like Nintendo, they contacted Atari. However,
is this the Genesis?
Maybe.
However, unlike the Nintendo mishap, Sega and Atari just couldn't agree and things fell through. Sega then went on to just create their own thing, creating the Sega Genesis.
Yeah, baby!
7800, but also
that's also very interesting. So usually the second time around it was also some sort of thing that they couldn't come to an agreement on. Like it I don't know why, but this reminds me of the Yahoo thing, where if you didn't know, Yahoo could have bought Google twice. The first time, Google offered to say, hey, just buy us out for 100 million or 100,000 or something. And they're like, why would we do that? We're like the biggest thing in the fucking world, so fuck you. And then they're like, all right. And then 2 to 5 years later, Google just exploded in popularity and everyone was using it. And then Yahoo was like, hey, do you want to get bought out again? Yeah, so here's and then Google basically came to the table and said, hey, we're gonna just casually add 3 to 7 more zeros onto our initial offer. So yeah, pay us $100 million now or something. I think it was something like that. And then Yahoo was like, that's too expensive. And then they just ended up getting bought out for 64 million. So they were at a net worth of around maybe $1 billion at some point, but they got so badly, they fell so far for grace. It's really funny.
Yeah.
The fairly aged NES. If Atari had taken this on, assuming that they did anything right for once after the 2600, they could have brought themselves back. But no. So in 1989, they decided to dip their toes into the 16-bit as well as the handheld markets like Nintendo with the Atari Lynx. The official end of the number names in the beginning.
Now we're getting
this is where that comes from.
Oh, now we're getting
Lynx.
started here.
Yeah, now we're getting started with the cat variants.
Here we go.
Beginning of the cat names. While incredibly competent
hold on,
in terms of
I have to say so. Go back to the quickly. Okay, I don't know why I initially thought of this, but if you were to put this alongside a picture of, say, my Steam Deck, you would be like, huh, why do these look very much the same? Right?
You're not wrong.
I'm not crazy.
You're not.
End of the number names and the beginning of the cat names. While incredibly competent in terms of graphics for a handheld, it wasn't perfect. The first issue was that price tag, $180 for a handheld or $450 in today's money. That's more expensive than the 7800, which was a full console. The price alongside the small blurry screen and the god-awful battery life, it just wasn't up to snuff. I think it's impressive that they managed to make a handheld that looks this good for the time, but it came with battery guzzling. A couple years passed and bam!
Hold on, wait a minute. Why are they holding it like that?
I have no idea. That is not how I thought it would be held. Oh, I hate that.
So confusing.
I hate that. I hate that. We're moving on. I hate it.
I do.
A new revision is out. This time it's thinner, had better graphics, and was significantly cheaper than the original. Being $99 or $223 in today's money. This is the Atari Lynx 2. Both of the Atari Lynxes sold a collective 2 million units, which isn't all too impressive when compared to the other handhelds that swept.
Why the fuck did it lag out that much?
Still in 1989, there was a rumor spreading.
True, though.
Editor Mel, play some spooky music. Thank you. See, in some news publications, we see a mention of a console that has been thought to exist but was never truly realized, almost certainly never making it past the name. This is the Atari ST console, or Project Robin, a rumored console supposedly planned for a mid-1989 release. Do we know anything about this? Was it real? Is it a ghost? At the end of 1989, the Atari STE computers were released, being upgraded versions of the ST. They even had an ability called Games Cart, which would let them access more RAM to play some games. I think that this is the Atari ST console, but it was canned in favor of becoming a bigger computer.
Download more RAM.
It's true.
Fulton,
But
a
it's more
former
wrong,
Atari
whatever.
engineer, said that an ST console was thought up but would have been too expensive and was therefore just thrown out. So yes, mystery solved. This is technically a canceled console, but it's more like a thrown out piece of paper that sat on your desk for a while. Hello and welcome to our final intermission. We won't be talking about any games this time, but rather an accessory that Atari released. If Nintendo can put out the Power Glove, then Atari can put out the Mind Link, a controller akin to the Tiger R Zone that would be strapped onto your head. But the difference is that it was a controller that supposedly let you control the game you were playing on your 2600 with your mind. Turns out that it didn't work that way, and playtesters found more success just moving their eyebrows. Several headaches, 3 games in production.
So what I find funny is that now we're again circling back to this technology.
It's funny how it all just loops back around, huh?
It's insane. Like fucking what was it? The Virtual Boy was way ahead of anything having to do with Oculus or VR, and then there was this, which is way more than any of the brain neural stuff that we currently have today, by the way, which is like VR stuff, where people have literally created like brain neural interfaces. I don't know if you've seen this on Twitter, but someone basically made an entire brain neural interface for their virtual animal ears in VR and allow them to control it.
All I can think of is blows up pancakes with my mind.
My fucking pancakes!
Hell yeah.
And no mind reading capabilities later, and it was scrapped, being one of the many things in that landfill we talked about earlier. By this point, Atari was ready to enter the race again, and I'm gonna be honest, this is like watching a limping dog come towards you because it trusts you and wants protection. This video started out as me wanting to talk about the canceled consoles that they had because of how many there were. If you combine everything from Nintendo, Sega, Xbox, and PlayStation in terms of canceled consoles, Atari had more than all 4 of them combined. I was so interested in it, and I wanted to do a video on it, and now here I am with a really long video that's going to take me a really long time to edit and really long time to get out, and I don't even know how it got to this point. I just kept reading about how Atari repeatedly failed to get back on their feet and how they continued fucking up at every single fucking turn. This is... Okay. Let me get back on track. I'm sorry. Starting in 1988, Atari was ready to get back into the race with something more serious. There were 2 big 16-bit consoles out as of 1990, so why not double it? This is the Atari Panther, an unreleased console set for a 1991 release.
For fuck's sake, another unreleased console.
God damn it!
But at least we know where the Jaguar got its styling from.
Well, I guess we're about to get to it.
State set to target the SNES and Genesis demographics. It also looks a bit like a Roomba. See, I can comment and laugh at this thing all I want, but if I'm going to be honest, the era of the Panther is the most tragic...
Hold on, pause. It doesn't look like a Roomba. It looks like a paper shredder.
You know, you're not wrong. I was just about to say, it looks like the top of a paper shredder.
It looks
Pretty
like
much.
No.
Like it just needs a trash can underneath it.
Yeah, exactly.
No, it looks like the top of like a fax machine.
That too, like an old printer.
Yeah.
Alright.
One yet. Allow me to explain. Atari wanted to be ahead of the game, creating the world's first 32-bit console, being the Panther. But you can already tell that they fucked up since I just said it was canceled, and the first 32-bit console was actually the FM Towns Marty, released in 1993. But that's not all that they wanted to be ahead in. They wanted to go further. Atari hired the team at Flare Technology to dissolve and reform into a new company called Flare 2, which they funded entirely on their own, having these people create the Panther. However, while working...
I need to find that commercial now.
You need to find it. I need to add that to the collection. I know exactly where it's going.
On the Panther, Atari also had Flare creating the Atari Jaguar. Both of
There it is.
worked on in tandem, and when they decided to give up on the Panther in favor of the stronger, heavy quotes there, Jaguar, since it was coming along so nicely, they just shoved what was possible to be shoved from the Panther to the Jaguar, which includes these god-fucking awful controllers. They took all that time and effort and put it into something that took 2 more years to work on when they could have easily crushed the SNES and Genesis like pieces of paper with their giant 32-bit Atari hands. I don't care if the Panther was half as powerful as the Genesis or a fourth as powerful as the SNES. It doesn't matter that they were having internal problems getting it to function. This was the Atari Saver, and I know it. But instead of releasing it, they let the competition catch up, and with things like the 3DO and Sega's 32X and Saturn coming out around the same time that the Jaguar did, if they had just put more time and effort into the Panther, they could have been so far ahead of the game. Should marketing have gone well, they could have finally picked up a demographic, but instead, they trashed it and wasted enough time to let everyone catch up to them. Maybe I'm being hopeful, but this could have been the one thing that saved this damn company. Let me reframe where we're at for you all. Atari started out strong with the 2600, peaking in 1980, selling 30 million units over the course of its life. A life longer than nearly any other console ever made, if not being the longest lived console. They couldn't create anything that could beat the 2600, and despite constant attempts to do so, they just couldn't. After the flop of the 5200, they got an ego so big that it crashed a whole market. They then proved that they couldn't grasp a demographic and that they had not learned from their mistakes before. We're currently in 1991 as far as this history lesson goes. So we're looking at 14 years of life from a console that was now outdated by 3 generations. We're looking at the 5th gen at this point, and every time Atari has tried to do something that surpassed their original creation, they failed. So what's the next step someone would take in this scenario? Cut off the Atari 2600, 7800, and all 8-bit computers, including the XE game system, entirely in 1992, officially killing this after 15 years of life, and this thing just after it exited infancy and it's 6 years old. The one and only good thing that they ever released, killed off by a change of the times. Video game marketing was on a different level compared to when Atari first began, now having more of a rambunctious and over-the-top theming to match with the boys of the era. This new age of gaming marketing was a direct cause of Atari throwing their plans with Nintendo out. The advertisements were over the top and aimed to appeal to cool kids. If you didn't have a Nintendo or a Genesis, you were a loser. Like, look at some of these. I know I showed commercials in other videos, but this is a far cry from what was before the crash.
A mysterious machine has appeared in homes across America.
Alright,
Increase the power of the unit 40 times.
32. X.
Welcome to the next level.
Okay, class, pop quiz. Question number 1.
I can't believe we're getting a sneak peek into Sanity's video again.
If only.
Oh my god, the fucking generic.
I need
this new age of advertising.
I'm so upset I can't find this.
Was just part of the refresh of the market, and it had been going on for a while.
Oh, I love that ad. That's a good one.
Why shouldn't
Can you go back, Sanity? Can you go back? The fucking generic office music playing in the ad.
Yeah, so this was like during the ad wars stuff. But that one ad where the Nintendo Entertainment System is being thrown into a box that's actually just like a toy box, and that was I think one of the ones that had the Sega does what Nintendo doesn't.
That's awesome.
Like that was part of that whole ad.
We gotta get through this.
Super NES gives you 4 free games. Sega gives you no free games. Which do you choose?
This new age of advertising was just part of the refresh of the market, and it had been going on for a while. Why shouldn't Atari hop on this train? If Nintendo, Sega, and everyone else I don't care to name can make stuff like this.
Listen, if you buy a Sega Saturn before September 30th, you get 3 free games! That's $150 value!
Dr. Morris, dial 118, please.
Sega Saturn!
Why can't they? After all, by this point, they were in need of an update. So in 1993, we got the Atari Jaguar, the world's first ever 64-bit console. This is what the Panther was cut for. This is what they put all of that time into. It took them 5 total years to get it out. They were so far ahead of the competition, the closest one to compete was the Nintendo 64, which was 3 years later. This was the peak of the Bit Wars. Which console was the strongest? The commercials, oh god, those commercials, they were so so over the top. The price was pretty good when looking at the rest of the generation, being at $250 or $530 in today's money. When adjusted for inflation, the Saturn was $830, the PS1 was $630, and the 3DO was $1,500 fucking dollars. The only one to compete at all was again the Nintendo 64, being worth about $400, but it was again nearly 3 years later. This was the top of the line, state-of-the-art console that Atari put time and effort into making. This was going to be Atari's ticket back into the modern video game discourse. This was going to be their big break to no longer be known as the 2600 people. Fuck those number names, fuck the 8-bit PCs, and fuck everything from before now. This was Atari's console. Its slogan was "Get bit by Jaguar."
Get bit by Jaguar.
Or do the math. So let's do the math.
Can you repeat the question? Jaguar! Jaguar! Jaguar!
Atari Jaguar. Suddenly, nothing else seems fun anymore. Do the math.
The 2600 sold 30 million units. The 5200 sold about 1 million. The 7800 sold in the high 3 millions. The Zegs sold about 130,000. How many Atari Jaguars were sold? 30 million? 50 million? 100 million? A billion? No, it sold 150,000.
Oh!
Oof.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
That's also funny.
Yeah.
You know, I'm gonna take a wild guess here. This is probably gonna be insane. But I'm gonna take a wild guess that the Atari Jaguar wasn't even like truly 64-bit. It's gonna be a wild guess right here, but that's probably what
I can't find it. I'm so pissed.
I think this thing just failed because it was like absurdly
How could this
unreliable.
happen? What went wrong? Where did Atari fall off? This is the box? How does this advertise a video game console? Sure, it's cool, but this tells the consumer nothing. How would anyone know that there's a video game console inside of this unless they already knew what the Jaguar was? What in the hell is this controller? 3 buttons and a number pad? Weren't we past this yet? You stole this from the Intellivision and the ColecoVision for the 5200 and just never put it away? Cartridges? If you're trying to be ahead of the game, why would you not try to dip into CDs again? Why are they shaped like
These
this?
nuts.
Want to know something funny about this? There's only about 50 fucking games for the entire console.
That
64-bit gaming was just not ready yet. Despite being so far ahead of the game, they forgot that they needed to perfect the technology before they pushed it out in an attempt to bypass everyone. This was proof that your bits didn't matter. Maybe if they worked more on the simpler hardware, like
this
let's
was
say,
the end of the bit.
I don't know, the Panther? They could have devoted more time to making this work better. The Panther was canned in favor of the bigger, better number, but I don't think they even noticed that they were too far ahead of themselves. The technology was not far enough along, and this thing just wasn't ready. It was raw and still needed more time in the oven. The games were awful, low quality, and therefore didn't sell well. Developers simply did not know how to work with the technology yet. While the console did get some good games like Alien vs. Predator, a rather competent port of Doom just with no music.
Aw.
Doom
That's
got
like
the
half
music.
the fun. What the fuck?
And Tempest 2000, it wasn't enough to salvage the ship that had already hit the bottom of the ocean. And guess what? This ship was lying because it turns out that the console was actually fucking 32 bits.
Oh my fucking god!
Nice.
Damn.
Fucking called it too.
How the fuck do I do it again?
Okay. So I think I have my section idea that I wanted to talk about.
He's done it again!
He has done it again. He's walked away from the microphone again, hasn't he?
Yes.
He's done it again!
All of Nostradamus because he predicts the future.
He's done it again!
Anyway, so I think I know what I wanted to talk about, at least for my section. So my section, I wanted to just talk about like again the Pitfall one to go into some of the other stuff from Nintendo things. But I definitely want to do a section on the Zelda rap and then go into like meme advertisement, which is more of like it's more of a modern thing, but I wanted to talk about some early like history stuff of that.
Well, I mean, if you are gonna talk about meme advertisement, that would actually be a pretty good segue into the edgy and try-hard section.
Yeah. Like that would have to I'd have to rework it to where the meme advertisement it would specifically talk about more modern things, where where it would kind of bridge a gap between like the early thousands and the modern era of advertising.
I mean, to be fair, the entire thing, I'm not really doing it all in like chronological order. I'm jumping around.
No, that's fine. I considered that.
Yeah.
So yeah, but
so
I
don't
definitely
worry. You don't have to worry about like a timeline or anything like that. It's mainly just segments I'm dealing with.
Yeah, I definitely do want to talk about the Pitfall Jack Black ad, because you can't talk about weird gaming ads without talking about the man who does weird gaming things and also releases very cool music. And is also apparently now Minecraft Steve.
Yep.
I am Steve.
That's gonna need to be a joke where it's like this stars the man Minecraft Steve himself, Jack Black, in his first role. I wish that I was kidding.
But yeah, I can't wait to see how you're gonna do that.
Yeah, I'll figure something out.
Yeah.
Atari just advertised it as such because it had two 32-bit processors inside, adding up to 64. According to Electronic Gaming Monthly, if Sega did the math...
Stupid.
So it was literally just a 32-bit console, but because it had two 32... Wow.
Yeah. Again, this was towards the end of what people call in this timeline the bit wars, because at the time it's like which could get the bigger number and stuff. And this always reminds me of the funny times where my programming professor would talk about storage capacity and how most of the storage capacity that we have now is like based on bits and stuff. Or more bytes, where it's like kilobyte, megabyte, gigabyte, stuff like that. But the fact that he got in trouble with the review guy at the time, which I don't remember specifically when this was because it was a long time ago for him, relatively. He talked about the concept of like gigabytes and stuff like that. And he got docked points for it. I've told the story before, but it's really funny. He got docked points for it, and the reviewer basically said, you shouldn't be teaching these kids concepts about things that they would never see in their lifetime, which is about like 20 years, maybe a little bit more. Yeah. Which was just fucking hilarious because now we're talking in terms of petabytes and mega petabytes of like data just being it's wild.
Math for the Sega Saturn the way Atari did the math for their 64-bit Jaguar system, the Sega Saturn would be a 112-bit monster of a machine. They told us to do the math, but they can't even be honest about theirs. Atari had actually announced an add-on for the Jaguar before it was ever even released. This is the Jaguar CD, released in 1995. It ran a nice $150, or about $300 in today's money. Did they not take note from the Sega CD? What they actually did was plan an add-on for their shitty cartridge-based system before it was ever even done. This add-on received even less games, only 13 total. They even planned for these to work on PCs.
In the Angry Video Game Nerd like review of this, if you were to put this onto the actual like console, it looks like a toilet. Like, I'm not joking. Where the cartridge slot is in the back, you put it on top of it. So how it works, right, is it uses the cartridge slot of the Jaguar for CDs. And you open it, like, again, go back a little bit to like look at the design again. Look, so that bottom bit at the very bottom of the thing, that's where the cartridge would. That's where you would sit it on the console. And then you could also play Atari games by moving the cartridge back to that other cartridge slot. So it's a toilet.
Yeah, it's horrible. I think I'll probably just round it off right there because just knowing that the fucking Atari Jaguar was not even an actual like 64-bit console. Oh god, that's going to be so funny for when I actually bring it up within the video.
Yeah.
That's gonna be so funny.
Funny that you mentioned it looks like a toilet because AVGN did a fucking like poop joke where
Yeah,
he fucking
did a dump on it too.
Shat it on a Jaguar.
He pooped on it.
Anyways, now it's Metal Gear Rising.
Oh shit, yeah.
Is it? Metal Gear. Anyway, that's my time. I'm gonna go. I'm tired. I'm gonna have to write up this script again and talk about meme advertisement. Yay.
I'll probably kind of round off the stream here because I did not realize that we had been streaming for 4 hours.
Nice.
Oh, I didn't realize either.
Yeah, I'll probably do Metal Gear Rising another time though. That'll probably be the next stream, assuming that nothing goofy comes up.
Alright.
Anyways, thank you guys so much for dropping by. Thank you to my wonderful guests here for enhancing the experience as always. And I'll see you guys whenever I see you. Take care, everybody.
Bye.